Okay, looks like it's leveled off or close enough. We will go ahead and call the meeting to order. This is the meeting of the CUSD Board of Education for November 10th, 2020. This is a special board meeting, which means we did add in a board meeting to provide more time for our agenda items and our community engagement process. Let's see. So the first thing we need to do is agenda approval. Can I go ahead and get a motion and a second, please?
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
I second.
Jerry? Was that Phyllis?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, so motion by Jerry, second by Phyllis. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you all. All right, moving us on to item 3, communication from our employee organizations. I believe we have both our CEA teachers here with us tonight, as well as our CSEA classified organization with us tonight as well. So let's go ahead and welcome in Kai, please.
Hi, can you see me?
We can. Good evening.
All right, thank you, school board, for allowing me to speak. I'm Kai Brown, the certificated staff here at Cupertino. First, I want to start by apologizing for some misleading comments I said at the last board meeting. When I said the leadership in 2017 and 18 did not want to face a public backlash over closing schools at that time, I was incorrect. During those school board meetings, we were beginning to forecast declining enrollment and the fiscal ramifications, but school closures were not on the table being discussed. During the last several board meetings, we have heard from many community members. There have been a variety of different ideas put forward. At this point, I think it's probably safe to say that our community is engaged. I see this as an opportunity to unite the community by working on measures we can do successfully only if we work together. Now is the time we can enlist our families to boost their support for fundraising efforts such as CUSD United. The school board has already openly discussed the possibility of another parcel tax campaign. Last week, I stated my disappointment with our failed Measure O. But if we can have strong support from our parents and teachers, I would love the opportunity to work together to help CUSD overcome our financial hardships. Factionalism and strife will only divide our community at a time when it is imperative we come together. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Kai. Excuse me. Thank you, Kai. And then I believe we also have Purnima here with us tonight from CSEA.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you for giving me this opportunity today. I would like to echo some of the concerns brought forth by our members over the last few weeks. I'm here representing the entire CSEA community, the membership. First, in reference to school reopenings, while we all want to get back to school to support our kids, the trends in the spike in the coronavirus cases seem to suggest that we take a proactive step in making any concrete decisions. While I do agree that we must plan and prepare for our return to in-person instruction on January 8th, as was initially proposed, a more calculated decision to delay the start would probably be the safest approach for all our staff and their families and our students. The other concern expressed by our members is regarding the proposed board levers to mitigate our budget deficit. A number of our classifications are part of these proposed levers. The SITs and the librarians are an integral part of any school site, and elimination of these important support systems for our teachers and students would create a void in the learning process for our kids. While I do understand the budget constraints that our district is facing, there are far-reaching consequences to our decisions. I implore you to weigh the pros and cons of eliminating important resources that enable our kids to be well-rounded individuals in their educational journey. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you for joining us, Purnima. All right, so then moving us along, next on our agenda is moving to public comment. I just want to go over again with all of our attendees what happens during public comment. The first thing you need to do is to fill out a comment card, and you can do that on our website, or I believe staff has also dropped the link to the comment cards into the chat. So you should be able to find it there. You do need to fill out that card the same as if you would fill out a blue comment card if you were coming to an in-person meeting at the district office. It is very important to indicate what item you are hoping to speak on, because that helps staff place your comment in with the right item on the agenda. So if you can give us an item number off of the agenda that it goes with, that is very helpful. You can also write a description as well, a short description of what you plan to speak on. You do need to make your comment in person and to be here present when your name is called. We cannot read them off. Let's see, what else do we need to go over? We need to go over that at this point in the agenda is where we take items that are not on the agenda. That is to allow for the public to be able to comment on anything they'd like that is not an agendized item or is not covered in one of our agendized items. And then the rest of the comments that do go along with or in line with an item that is on the agenda, we will take when we get to those items as a part of our process there. Just as a friendly reminder, our board meetings are meetings of the board in public, which is different from sort of a public board meeting. This is not an interactive meeting. We have more chances for interaction at our town halls, at our office hours, in emails and chats online. But the purpose of a board meeting is to conduct the business of the district. And so, while we are happy to make the time for public to comment, if you choose to ask a question, it's not the time in which we respond to questions. It's not the time in which we comment on the comments being made. The board members take all of the input we get in all of the forums we get it, including our public comment in our board meetings, into consideration, and are very carefully considering all of the feedback that we've been getting all along. But it is not the time that we reflect back in a dialogue where we're answering questions on the spot, because that is not the purpose of the board meeting. And it's also important that all of the members of the public know what's being talked about in each board meeting. And the way we do that is by placing items onto the agenda with a description of what is being covered. So with that, I will check in with Leslie. Do we have any items that are not on the agenda tonight?
We have one item.
Okay, can I go ahead and get that name?
Yes, and if you would just please raise your hand when your name is called, and if you'd refrain from raising your hand if your name was not called. So the speaker on this is Zhi Hui, Zhihui.
Okay, great. So Z, board, would you guys like to do 2 minutes or 3 minutes tonight? I'm sorry that I forgot to check in. Do you want to start with 2 and just keep that for the evening? I'm seeing nodding heads.
Sure, that's good.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and do 2 minutes for all comments tonight. Because I think we are anticipating that we're going to have a lot of them, given what's on our agenda tonight. So Z, when you are ready, I believe you're unmuted, and it looks like you're unmuted on your end, so welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. Yeah, first I want to thank board and the staff very much for working very hard for us in such so many communications. I think the board members actually are voted by the community. So board members are supposed to represent the whole community. So when our parents are voicing out, I kind of feel like in the board meetings, maybe sometimes we can hear some of the concerns that's voiced out by our parents can be echoed or repeated in the board meetings, instead of the board members stand in the opposite side of the table of the parents. So that's what I hope to see and hear in all the board meetings, but that's exactly what I haven't been able to see. Oh, I only see it in few board members, but the majority of the board members I did not hear. Yeah, so today, so I hope the board and the staff can let us hear your true interest. We want to work together with you to solve the financial problem. We want to buy out 1 year for or solve all the problems. And we want board and the staff can let us hear your true interest, no matter what that is. Just let us know what you exactly want. We want to help you through those difficult times. And also we hope the board and the staff can at least show some empathy to the parents, can echo some of the concerns of the parents instead of using all those different reasons behind the numbers, behind the different and change the numbers to show that you are kind of feel nothing about what we are talking every day. Yeah, thank you very much. We hope to work together with you. We hope everything can become better. Thanks.
Thank you, Z. And it sounds like we did have one other comment card come in for items not on the agenda before we started taking comments. So Leslie, can I get that name?
Yes, and actually there are two
Okay.
as I'm sorting these. So these would be the last two on this item. Arik, A-R-I-K, followed by Noah.
Okay, great. Let's see. I see a hand for Noah. I don't see Arik yet, so I'll go ahead and, oh, I do see Arik. So if we can unmute Arik, please.
Hey, can you hear me?
Welcome, yes.
Thank you. Good evening. I want to maybe echo a bit the last comment that the last spokeswoman was discussing. I think that all the fiscal issues that I see in your district, in our district, in other districts, that's gonna be much worse next year. I think some of the aspects of, I hear a lot of people moving their kids to private schools, a lot of people moving out of the Bay Area. So I think either you don't comprehend, or the teachers don't comprehend, or you just, I don't know, put your head in the sand, unfortunately. You just don't understand the next year is going to be awful for the public schools in the Bay Area. And another item is that you forgetting, I think this board and other boards, and I'm participating in a lot of board meetings because I want to understand what's the general notion in the Bay Area. I think you are misrepresenting us as parents. And as she said, you're supposed to represent us and represent the teachers. But first and most, you need to represent us as parents for kids who rely on this service. This is not nice to have. This is not a livelihood of a kid. This is a must for a kid. The fact that our governor sends his kids to school and we're still sitting at home with LA County, only 17 counties in California are still closed. All of the Bay Area are closed, the same way as Los Angeles, which is purple. We are already orange tier. So it doesn't make any sense. You're forgetting about the kids with the hardship. I have 3 kids who are sitting at home, and I hear about friends who are going to private school and say, yeah, my kid came back, and it was like sunshine on a rainy day. My kids don't have this sunshine feeling. They are sitting at home, and you're forgetting that there are everything, and you're supposed to represent them because they don't have a voice. Thank you very much and have a good night.
Thank you for joining us, Arik. And then Noah, you're unmuted on our end. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me speak. I wanted to talk about the last what was spoken on the last board meeting. It started very nicely with a presentation that you are going to reopen schools, or you're going to phase 3 to reopen our schools. But then the board, bit by bit, started to say maybe we're not going to open. We want to see what's going to happen. We want to see that everything is going to be okay, and maybe that the distance learning is going well, and we don't want to stop something that is going well. But as Eric said as well, we don't want to take our children out of the system. We want to support the system. We want to be given the services that we came here to receive for our kids. Our kids want to go back to school. Please reopen the schools. Don't think about it. Don't delay it. I'm glad you sent the survey today for all the parents, and I think it was better to do it even before the last board meeting. Then you will be more prepared and had more time to make a plan. But please continue with phase 3. Hearing Phyllis on the last board was very, unfortunately, upsetting to hear from her that she wants to go forward to phase 3, but maybe we won't get there. That's very saddening to hear. You have other districts in the area. The COVID is not going that high, and our kids need to be in school. I don't want to move to another district. I love Stockholmeyer. I love my kids' teachers. I love the school. But please, please consider our kids. I think the teachers needs to take a step back and reconsider what they're asking us to keep our kids at home. No, our kids needs to be at school. Please reconsider. Please, teachers, you're not, please. Thank you for talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. All right, so then that takes us out of public comment for items not on the agenda, moving us on to discussion and item 5.1, the parcel tax.
Thank you. And so tonight we did want to bring back, based on information shared at the last board meeting and discussion, there were some questions posed and some requests for some additional clarification and information. And so staff has had an opportunity to go back and gather that and wanted to share that. So it is a fairly short presentation discussion item. And just a reminder to the board that this will continue and lead into our next presentation and that discussion about the long-term fiscal stability. So I'm going to turn it over to Jeff and he can share some information. Jeff?
Great, thank you, Stacy. So again, as Stacy hit on, there's really 4 big areas to talk about tonight based on the questions from last one. So we'll talk about the exemptions throughout the county did increase for a while because there was a need for all counties or all school districts within our county to be more transparent on how someone can go to an exemption status. We have included the exemptions in the modeling that we presented. So when we brought forward, whether it was 24 million, 21 million square foot is flat rate, we did include current exemptions for the district in that modeling. So those numbers were accurate based on whatever model or whatever tier parcel tax or whatever parcel tax model we use, whether it's square footage or flat rate. We'll show a CPI increase, and then we'll talk about the top square footage breakdown. So with that, the first image here is of residential versus non-residential square footage. The 84.87% represents the residential square footage and the 15.13% represents the non-residential square foot. We can come back to these if there's any questions. Moving along to the next one. This slide represents a 2% escalator. So if it was based on a $21 million parcel tax, which is that 25 cents, those would be the escalators of that 2% each year. So you see it go 25 to 29%. So over an 8-year period of time, we picked a date or picked a time frame. So this was for 8 years. So over an 8-year period of time, you would see a 4-cent increase. And then the very last slide that we have to share before discussion is just on the larger non-residential square footage. So all of these property owners have a square footage greater than 100,000. And so with that, we believe those were the main questions that we had from last meeting, and we'll turn it back over. Stacy, I don't know if you have anything to add to any of those.
Yeah, I think you covered it well, and we'll open it up for questions from the board.
Okay, any clarifying questions from board members here? Jerry, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Laurie. Jeff, just next time when you bring this property list, I wonder if it's possible to identify residential, potentially, I guess, multifamily residential versus other non-residential properties. Do you have that information? Or all we have is a name?
All I received from DTA was the name that's on here.
I see. Okay. All right. Okay, thanks. Thanks. No other questions, Laurie.
Okay, anybody
Sorry.
else?
Yeah, I have one.
Go ahead, Satish.
Hey, Jeff, thanks for this. I think one important thing which I was asking was, I know I don't think you had the time to hit the cap, right? So what was the threshold? Did you have a chance to work on that, or we are waiting for some more data?
We weren't able to get the cap back from DTA at the time. They wanted more details on that. So if there's a specific, right now we don't have a cap. The reason for that is if you added a cap to, let's say, the 21 million, they would have to go back and reassess that dollar figure that we would get from it, because once you put a cap, it's capping your 100,000 square foot. Again, that goes back to the legal action that happened in Alameda that we talked about, because then you're adding you're taxing non-residential and residential differently, which is where the lawsuits have happened in the past.
Yeah, so especially like now 84%, 84.87% is non-residential, and that means quite a lot, right? So uh, that's where I think that the real cap, the question comes in. Like residents, I think probably because it's a lower percentage and their square footage could be much lower as well. So here the square footage, as Jerry said, that I presume these all are, most of these are non-residential anyway, this list, right? The higher ones, the bigger ones. So just wondering that, because why I'm asking this is, again, like, if you put a proposal, like we have to make sure it's going to pass. So what is the best one which we need to go for, right? So should we be putting a cap or not cap, to not have a cap? So I really want to see that how Berkeley did, or anybody else is, or it was without any cap, they just proposed it. So, and if so, any threshold. I appreciate if you can get that. Thank you. That's all, Laurie, I have.
Phyllis, go ahead, please.
I had a question about the escalator, Jeff. Can you talk a little more about that? Where did the 2% come from and all of that?
Absolutely. So it's just based on a CPI increase. That's what DTA recommended as the most common number. So they just pulled a 2% for this, but their other recommendation is to look at CPI increase each year. But for modeling purposes, they wanted to show what it would look like with 2%.
So in previous parcel taxes, we have not had any kind of an escalator. So this could be an addition to this one. Is that what we're thinking?
Yes, that's one of the choices that the board will have to make in choosing to place a measure on the ballot, whether it's flat rate or square footage, terms, cap, no cap, escalator, no escalator, those types of details.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. That's all, Lori, I'm done.
Okay, Sylvia?
So just piggybacking on Phyllis's question, for the escalator, does that only happen with a square foot parcel tax, or does that ever happen with flat fee as well?
We could add an escalator to a flat fee as well.
Okay. And then is there a reason for the 8-year? Is that just kind of arbitrary just to see what it looks like? Or is there kind of data that shows that 8 years is a good time frame?
There is no data. We could have picked 6 years. We could have picked 12 years. We could have picked 20 years. It was just to be able to show what the increase would look like. What 8 years helps with in seeing is, if you notice in 22, 23, it's both 26 cents. That's because that 2% is hitting that 22,057,000. Then you see it go to 22,498,000. So it's just to help with the modeling of what it looks like over a period of time.
I see. Okay, thank you.
So I also have a couple questions on that. So so we know Palo Alto just passed a flat with a 2% in it. And I know several of the districts up in Alameda and Marin use CPI. So, but I think some of them use CPI, just the national one, and others use the all urban consumers, San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose metro area. Have you heard anything about why you might choose one over the other?
I haven't asked that question. We certainly can take that back.
Okay, I hadn't asked either. So that would be something I would be curious in, would be just the some of them seem to use a more generic CPI. Some of them seem to use the specific metro area CPI, and then they call out in their measure language that they revert to the national one if the metro one isn't available. So I'd just be curious to know roughly what the difference is, or why one might be the better thing to look at. I have a feeling it's the metro area one, but I'm not sure. And then I guess, yeah, that the other thing I had, I probably just didn't say it clearly last time. I would love to see the modeling on a flat as well as the square footage. I know we only have the modeling here on the square footage today, but I'd just like to understand sort of what happens with time. And I'm happy to I can just crank those myself on the 2%, but the CPI or the metro CPI might be interesting to see. or I should say, I would be interested in seeing that. How's that? Rather than just interesting, I would be interested in seeing that. And then I think I don't have any others for right now on my Post-it notes here. So I think that's it. For me,
I have one
anybody
more
else?
question. I have one more question, Lori.
Yeah, Satish, go ahead.
Yeah. So this is square footage based projection, right? So if it is flat, what is the equivalent of this? This is about $500 per parcel. That 0.25. The first one, 2021, 21.625 million, equivalent to about $500 per parcel if it is a flat rate.
It would be closer to 625 per parcel. So when the way we look at it is $250 is approximately 8.6 million for this year.
Okay.
So it varies 8.5 to 8.6 million depending on our exemptions. And so you'd be more in the 625 range.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Anybody else clarifying questions? I'm going to check in with Leslie to see how many comments we're at on this one. But I just want to make sure you all have had your clarifying questions. Anybody else for this? Okay, seeing none. Leslie, where are we at on comments for this one?
It looks like we have 10.
Okay. So once I start taking those, that will be the end of taking comment cards for this item. And if I can go ahead and get the 2-minute clock, and the first batch of names would be great, please.
Okay. Kelly Crosby, followed by Jing Li Wang, followed by Ming, followed by Debbie.
Okay, so I think I heard Kelly's name first. Let me run over to our, oh, I lost my participants. So I see Kelly's hand raised, so let's go ahead and unmute Kelly.
Hey guys, I actually think I had my comment card in for 5.2, not 5.1. Yes, no?
Based on the title, we thought it was this. I will move it to the other pile.
Okay, sorry, I just don't want to waste my time, so I'll talk on 5.2. Thank you.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
So
Great.
Jing Li.
Okay, so then to I don't see Jing, so then if we Jing Li, so then we go to Ming.
Correct.
Okay,
Hi, can you hear me?
we can. Welcome.
Yeah, same here. Actually, I thought I aimed for 5.2, but it doesn't matter. I can talk now. Actually, again, this is really about 5.2, the slow closing issues, or to be precise, the funding issues of the district. I guess I expressed it in previous meetings and also in the Meyerhouse town hall. By the way, I'm from Meyerhouse. That you know, the community really appreciate your work and know your hardship, and we are really here and trying to help, and we're looking for a chance to get involved and help. So we know this is a hard decision and a lot at stake, and a lot of things need to be discussed, right? So time is really against us. So the community is actually, a lot of us are willing to donate for a 1-year funding, just by everyone, you know, the board, the district, the parents, the community members, the resident, 1 year time to discuss this very complicated issue, which can impact the lives of everyone, not just this year, but 3 years down, or even longer time. You know, we don't need to rush into this during this coronavirus with all these communication issues. You know, we're here to help. We know there's a funding issue. We are here to help, and we are willing to buy that time. Please allow us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ming. And obviously we're having a little bit of trouble characterizing or getting the what's in the words into the right item tonight. So if you know for sure that you were 5.2, but you didn't get a chance to put that on your card, please go ahead and email to, I guess, Leslie, should they email you, or do you want to put an email address in the chat for them to email to if they need renumbering?
I think we've figured it out. I think what would be probably more helpful is if we are on 5.1 and we call your name and you know you're really 5.2, just ask us to move it to that pile. That would be really helpful.
Perfect. Okay. And then do we know, I still have a name, Debbie. Do we know if that's the hand that's raised?
We have Debbie Barathi is potentially, and Ming.
Okay. So then let's go ahead and take Barathi and.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for the opportunity. I have one quick question. I know you guys talked about the parcel tax, square footage tax, but we still cannot understand how do you think that a square foot tax cannot pass while the bigger parcel tax will pass? Can you please provide the community more information on that? What is driving one versus the other? Because we really need to know why it is. Because if you look at it, if you look at a bigger amount in a rise in the bigger amount of your taxes, it's an alarm for community. So what is it what is the thought process behind this versus the other? If you can please lay it out in a simple terms that the community can understand, it would be really great for us. Really appreciate this opportunity. Please take this opportunity to tell us why you think, so that in that way community will know how to help you. If not, we don't want to fight this fight of saying that, oh, we want this versus that. No, please tell us what was in your thought process when you said this versus that, and then we'll see, have an informed decision both from both parties, community and the board, to see what would be the better one. Because you really, you can pass anything, you can say that you can choose anything, but the thing is, it's a community who has to come and pay this. So the buy-in is really, really critical. So please put it in simple terms, not some of these terms that you're not able to understand. So please, in simple terms, and that is where people can understand, and then give us some time to say, take suggestions. Might be there sometimes we might not be thinking in a proper way, or you might not be thinking in a proper way. So it's always better to have a communication, free flowing communication. It's not like okay, thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. So then, and we had Ming, so then Jingli was the only other one that was called, and I don't see a hand for that. So can I go ahead and get 4 more names?
Yes, Mahesh Kondla, followed by Sudha, followed by Lei Shi, followed by Lisa Warren. So if you'd raise your hand, I do see Mahesh.
Okay, great. Okay, so if we can go ahead and unmute Mahesh, please.
Can you guys hear me?
We can, welcome.
Hi, thanks for giving me the opportunity. I just have a few comments on this parcel tax. This new parcel tax seems to be around $950 if I understand it correctly. So to me, it is kind of a very high number. It is almost $1,000. So for any resident to vote for it, $1,000 more in parcel tax is kind of too high, and most probably they would say no. I mean, there are high chances that this parcel tax will pass. And also the whole community, Cupertino School District community, all the parents, all the residents, even though they don't have kids going to the school, they know that there is a big talk going on to close the schools. So they are thinking that if they close the schools, lease it, or sell the schools to anybody, CUSD is gonna get money. In that sense, they'll think that CUSD is gonna get money anyways. Why should I vote yes for this? And also, we started hearing that there is a serious consideration of closing John Muir School. I don't know where that came from, but the community is talking about that. If you close any school, it is very high chances that the parcel tax measure will not pass. So don't close any schools, don't close John Muir. That will jeopardize your parcel tax, this bill. And postpone or defer or do anything so that you don't have to close or take decision on closing the schools for next academic year. Like Ming and other parents told, we are here to help you. If we know we have short in money, we want to pitch in, we want to help you. Let us work it out. Defer or don't close the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahesh. And next, I think we had Sudha.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Hi. Hi, this is Sudha Kasamsedi, and thank you once again for the opportunity. I want to continue to give my message on saving all our schools. There is a possible rumor going around to close Muir. I'm not from Muir community, but I want to definitely pass on the message and request the board to save all schools, every single school, as this is going to create only divisiveness and very necessary especially for the parcel tax passing. Second, my comment for the parcel tax, as I see, there are two options: parcel tax set to a high price and square footage model, which sounds more fair and equitable model to me. Both the approaches need full support of the community to pass, which is very critical for our district's financial future. Lots of parents are aware now, so please be transparent and list out both pros and cons to our community before you decide. From the past board meetings, looks like majority of the board is in favor of the parcel tax with high flat rate. We need to hear why you think that that has major chances of passing compared to square footage, which affects the homeowners in a minimal way. Also, there was an email sent to the board from our council member, Liang Chow. She could not join today, but asking on her behalf that she sent an email with submitting charts and data from eddata.org, which is based on financial reports submitted to CDE. The data shows that CUSD hired a total of 115 more FTEs rather than the number of FTEs in 2014 at the peak enrollment level of 19,600 students. Assuming a conservative estimate of $80,000 for FTE for salaries and benefit, we are spending about $9 million total for these extra FTEs. We need answers to about data and concerns clearly so that we can support the parcel tax, and please show that you have done everything that you could in terms of administrative governance as well. Thank you again.
Thank you. And then we have Lei Shi.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Hi. So basically, Matter O failed to pass this March. And this November, the high school district, the Matter M, passes very easily. 70% plus people said yes. Why? I like the school district and the board members to really think what caused the difference. Eventually, this two school district has a lot of overlaps, and it's almost the same voters voting for both school districts parcel tax. Now, why one succeeded and why the other one failed? And I'm hoping our school district learned lessons from that and answering people's requests for more transparency. I like to echo Sudha was said previously, why there are more employees while our enrollment is declining, and we have to answer people's questions. And there are actually a lot of rumors going around, and the school district needs to answer all of them. If they are wrong, let the residents know they are wrong. And regarding the budget and how the money is spent, just putting how the money is spent on your website is not enough. And they need to let the residents know so that they have high confidence that the parcel tax will be spent wisely. And one more thing is, if we close school today, honestly, I say there's no chance we're going to pass another parcel tax. And I like to see closing school is our last result. Let's think about parcel tax first. Thanks.
Thank you, Lei. And then we have Lisa.
Hi.
So first off, Jerry asked a very good question about this list. And I'm looking at this list and I can 99.9% sure guarantee you that these are only residential properties. They're all apartments. If you look at the names and the addresses and you know the area, you know that there are no plain old commercial properties listed here. That's a problem. If you are focusing on these numbers, it's a huge problem. So I would say if people talked about going big with a parcel tax, and that was with a flat rate, without including this over 6 million square feet of apartment complexes. And if you go big, let's say at 500 per parcel, and don't include doing it by square footage tax and including everyone, you are doing a huge disservice to the district and yourself. Because I, as a voter, may look at this and go, okay, I can pay $500 per parcel. Okay, I might do that. But if I know, and I do know, that there was an opportunity so the average house, let's say, is $1,850. And I thought that Jeff was going to get for Lori a smaller breakdown of square footage of single family homes. But let's say, because I think it's pretty accurate, about $1,850 is the square foot average of residential single family homes. You do the 27 cents as average throughout that 8 years, that's about $500 a year. I know that I'm going to pay that regardless of the formula you're using. And if you're including these millions of square feet, I will vote no. Because if you want me to pay $500 and still don't include those apartment buildings, you don't know what you're doing. And I won't support it as much as I want to.
Thank you, Lisa. And then Leslie, I need some more names from you, please.
Okay, so the last three that came in before you opened this item to talk about are Rita, Sophia Chan, and Bill Bruns. So if the three of you could raise your hand. Rita, Sophia, and Bill, and there we go, we've got Rita.
Okay, so Rita, you should be unmuted. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I think I might have chosen the wrong item number as well, but since I have been given a chance, I will just go ahead speak now. So I have a few questions I wanted to ask. When did the board decided to form a school dedicated for CLIP? Who agreed to this? When was the application submitted to California Department of Education? When was it approved? If it was not being approved yet, why the board treating the alternative CLIP program and Mile as two separate schools? If they are not two separate schools, why do we have two separate town hall meetings? What is the reason behind it? The board want to create community separation and tension among the community members? What is the driving force and ultimate motive of, having such kind of, intentional segregation? I personally spoke with quite a few CLIP families. They have all strongly against the idea of splitting up the CLIP program from the community school. Our own CLIP survey data also support this argument. With the CLIP program, Mile enrollment is well above the criteria for a healthy school body. There's no issue from funding or enrollment perspective. And we can accommodate more students, even if the waitlist is real. Why is the board creating issues for the sake of creating issues? We want to have one Mile school. We want to have one united Mile school. We have asked for an official survey, but were politely rejected. If a dedicated isolated site is what the majority of CLIP family wanted, why did the board and CLIP Co reject survey request? So finally, I wanted to remind all the board members that you are the representative of the community members, and we voted for you and believed in you. You are constrained by civil rights laws passed by Congress, and you are constrained by the funding documents of our democracy. So I wanted you to.
Thank you, Rita. And then next we have Sophia.
Hi there. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can, sorry. Yes.
Okay, thanks. Well, I just want to thank all of you because it's such a stressful time. I mean, just all over, but I really appreciate all your civic duties because it's kind of like a thankless job. In any case, I want to get straight to the parcel tax. So I was wondering, because majority of the taxing that's going to go in, it says it's about 84% as residential. So I was wondering if you could provide examples of square footage tax for residential homes. And I'm not sure if it's just for improvements or if it's for actual square footage of the house size, but if you could do one that's towards what you're looking at, and that would kind of give you an idea of what you guys are talking about. And as far as improvements are concerned, when would the improvements have to be done? Like, was it within the last 10 years? Was it since it was purchased? So I like to know the square footage that you're going to actually tax on for the lot. And then if you could start around like whatever cents you want to do, like 20 cents or 10, 20, 25, I don't know what amount you're looking at, but it would be good for the residents to see what's being taxed square footage, because I don't think it's really equitable, just because in my neighborhood alone, I've had so many rebuilds, right? So average houses around my neighborhood is like 3,000 square foot. And I don't know what the improvement is, but you know, like that guy said, anything past about $500 mark is starting to look kind of really expensive. And I don't even know, I mean, I love the schools, but I can't sell somebody to pay taxes for the next 8 years paying $1,000. I don't even know if I would pay for that. So if you could work those numbers, that would be great. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Sophia. And then Bill, please.
Okay, I presume you can hear me.
We can.
So the things I want to say about the parcel tax may be sort of obvious, but I do find that sometimes it's beneficial to say something, even it seems obvious. The parcel tax failed earlier this year, but the best I can recall at that time, the board did not emphasize the changes in the board in the past couple of years, and certainly didn't mention the consideration of closing the schools. I talked about the changes in the board because in the past few years, there was a tremendous problem of the public not feeling that they trusted the board. And with the changes in the board, hopefully that's changed. And as far as the consideration of closing the schools, I heard about that just recently, but I've had people tell me it's been in consideration for a while, but I certainly haven't seen anything about it. And now it's pretty obvious that in the midst of several other things going on, in the midst of the coronavirus, the economic problems, and the presidential election, you've got our attention with this idea of closing the schools. And I just think this time around that you have a much better chance. Heck, you got 60% last time, you only need a few more percent. So I encourage you to go ahead and do a parcel tax. And of course, I would like to see it as the other people have talked about with the square footage. And I think people will pay more than $500 per property, especially on a 3,000 square foot home. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And Leslie, so we've completed all cards for this item. And we still have the cards for 5.2 when we get to that item. Correct? Okay. So then, let's see, maybe I should go back to Stacy first.
So thank you. So really, if there's some additional questions or some additional information that you would like staff to bring back as we'll continue this conversation, it will actually lead into our next presentation with building that long-term fiscal stability, but we'll also continue based on the determination of what type, what how much the parcel tax will. So if there's some additional information that we can provide, we would be happy to do that. We have another board advance next week.
Okay, Jerry?
Yeah, just a request, Stacy, on that table of the different properties, if it's really easy for DTA to get us the type of to that list, whether it's residential, that would be great. If it's not, it's fine. I'll spend an hour Googling all the addresses myself, get that information also. But just maybe ask you to ask and maybe save an hour of my time. Okay. Sure. But if not, it's no big deal. I can do it myself too. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? I have one other one I will throw out. If we could get some clarification from the assessor's office as to what basis they make the square foot determination on. Is it on an assessor going out and visiting? Is it on permit data that comes from each individual city? It would be helpful to know that. And I guess along with that, I guess I need how, if it's by the county, by the assessor, then fine. If it's by the individual cities, then I need to understand what the different cities count in the square footage for permitting for improvements. Okay, anybody else on this one? Okay. All right. So then, let's see, I got to go back to board docs here. Moving us on to 5.2, the item entitled Building Long-Term Fiscal Solvency. And I assume we're going back to Stacy for this one.
Thank you. So I really do, this is our opportunity. This is our second board meeting since doing many presentations and providing information. Really, how are we going to build our long-term fiscal stability? And as we've shared in previous meetings, it really is multifaceted. There's many components that we need to consider. I also really want to take the time to recognize and thank again the work of our Citizens Advisory Committee. We would not be able to be in this position tonight to really have this long-term stability conversation without the work and the courageous work that they did, because the discussion and the focus on school closures was not one that I think anybody wanted to do, but they took it on courageously. They shared very unique scenarios, different perspectives, which has really allowed, one, the awareness of the community that I think we have heard throughout our town halls and our public comments that, you know, regardless of what our conversations have been over the past years, we certainly have engaged the community and raised that awareness and have heard from our community the willingness to step up and to help. And I think that's so important because the intent was never to divide the community. It really is about uniting the community. And if one thing stands out above all these conversations is the fact that what happens within one school or one area of the community affects everybody in the district. And we really are one district that needs to stand and unite together. And so I do deeply appreciate the work of the CAC, and what they presented as plans are going to allow the board to make some decisions, formulate what that basis for that long-term stability is. So again, I just wanted to acknowledge that before we dive into some of the information for tonight. In addition to that, I think in hearing from our community, and I know that from myself and from our board, you guys have all received a lot of emails. We've attended many town halls, heard many different perspectives, very variety of feedback, all valuable, all have their place and all have that consideration that has really gotten us to this point tonight. We know that last week was the first opportunity to really discuss. This week is our second opportunity. And based on conversations last week with the board and a couple questions and comments from the board, as far as there was one, you know, what is the district needing? What direction would we like to see the board take? And the other is just providing some of that information. Where does the parcel tax fit into it, as we've been talking about individual concepts for that long-term stability? So I wanted to share tonight a recommendation as a possible consideration that the board would take under as we move forward. And again, it's based on everything that we've heard from our community, our work from our CAC, our look ahead for where we are fiscally, as well as our look back as to where we've been and how we've gotten to this point. So with that, if I can move on to the next slide. And so some of these slides are going to look familiar. And again, I'm one of those that believe in, the more often we can bring something forward, the more it will stick and resonate with people. And it really is about, what does fiscal solvency look like? And what are we talking about when we talk about long-term stability? And it really is that balance. Where is our revenue coming from and where are our expenditures going? And we have been imbalanced for many years. We've been fortunate in that we've been able to use some of our one-time monies. We've had donations, we've had leases that have helped us at least maintain some type of a balance, but it is becoming more and more imbalanced as we forecasted for the next future years, where we are continuing to spend more than what our revenue is bringing in. Our scales are becoming more imbalanced. And so tonight I really want to share a possible solution that allows us to not only be balanced, but to tip the scales in our favor and really be that district that is comparable to our surrounding districts, that offer that learning environment to our students that I know all believe our students deserve. And again, I think in the past years, we've been able to offer that, but as we look forward to where we are with our fiscal stability, there is that concern that we may not be able to continue with losing programs and losing staffing and not having the adequate funding. So next slide. Hopefully this is a very familiar slide. It was our 45-day budget update that was provided in August, and we do refer to it quite often. Again, as a reminder for our budget solvency, we are required every June to produce a 3-year budget that shows our fiscal solvency, meaning that we have the money to pay our bills basically at the end of 3 years. You can see that on paper, our structural deficit, meaning that our expenditures and our revenue, we spend more than our revenues bring in, but we've had that ability to do some of our carryover money that's kept us solvent. So in our year 2021, this year we had almost a $5 million deficit, but we're able to build that into the budget, use some of our carryover money. Following year, next year, we're looking at just under a 1 million operational deficit. In 22-23, we're looking at about a 4.2 million operational deficit. And then in 23-24, we take a significant, and that really is impactful because that would be the year that our current measure, partial tax, expires, which would remove about $8.6 million out of our budget. It's also the year, as last week, there were several questions about the change in the revenue, and that would be the year based on our declining enrollment that could trigger us to fall into a basic aid category, which would change our funding. Again, we seem to think that basic aid would be a great move for our district, but we would also still be in a struggling because we would not be one of those wealthy basic aids. We would be right on a ledge of still facing some fiscal situation in the future and trying to maintain that balance. You can also see that we continue to spend down our fund balance each year. We are not able to maintain our additional 3% board reserve in our outlying years. And eventually, as you look in our outlying years, we actually spend down our state reserve as well. And so when we talk about fiscal solvency, we really are planning for the future. So yes, we're okay this year, and we're okay next year, but as we look at those outlying years, that's where we really want to be so that we're not having this conversation every year saying we need to make cuts or we need to make reductions. We really want to be able to lay out that here's where we are in the future, and that isn't about cuts, it isn't about deficit spending, it's about what can we do to enhance the learning environments for our students. So I'll go on to the next slide. So based on the information of where we are with our outlying years and our current budget situation, we know that if we stay on the same trajectory that we're on, we're facing structural deficits for each of our outlying years. We have had the conversation that school closures are declining enrollment, and due to the loss of money with our students' enrollment declining, it's forcing us to look at school closures. Our declining enrollment continues for the outlying years. We continue to lose funding for our students. And so it has brought us to this position where the CAC was charged with looking at what could possibly be reached through school closures. They provided those plans. They outlined different options that covered either 1 year up to 3 year different phases, and really were targeted at that 5 to 7 million. Currently on our trajectory, there are no salary increases for employees. We haven't provided a salary increase last year. We did not provide one this current year. and there's nothing built into the budget for the outlying 3 years to provide any employee salary increase. We are looking at board levers implemented and resulting in staff reductions and program cuts. We shared the list of the board levers, which are very impactful. They include the potential class size increases at our primary grades, increasing the ratio of students to staff at our middle schools, further reductions of possibly looking at removing librarians and SITs from our school sites. So those are very dramatic cuts, because over the years we have really tried to reduce our staff as much as possible each year to keep us balanced. And so we're really now are in those pieces where it will be impactful, and we will feel those in the classroom if we have to do those board levers. The other piece that I need to share with you, and this is that speculation, is a potential 5 to 10% additional reduction in state funding for the 21-22 school year. We don't have a definitive on that yet. Our speculation is what we hear from our school services and AXA is that in January, we are going to hear from the governor, and the proposal will be that we are all going to face this deficit in money, which would go into a place immediately into 21-22. A 5 to 10% reduction in our budget would be at 10% would be approximately a loss of $13 million. So to keep that in mind as we move forward. Next slide. So how do we meet the challenges and alter the course of our actions? And I'm going to throw this out here, and it's based on a lot of our conversations and, you know, the desire to let's move and make a decision and really move us forward. I'm recommending going large. I think our district, I think our students deserve it. I think we deserve to have fiscal solvency and not just baseline. I think we deserve to offer what's comparable to our surrounding districts with our students. I think we have a strategic plan that identifies whole child and addressing many needs, and we're not able to put all those pieces in place. So my recommendation is that we do go for a large tax, the amount of a 24 million parcel tax. We put it on the ballot as early as May of 2021. It's a very short time frame to turn around, but it also would allow us to begin to plan for the 21-22 school year, but also to have a safeguard. If it didn't pass, we would then have an opportunity still to implement some of the changes that we need to remain fiscally solvent. Again, a 24 million. Whether it's a flat tax rate or square footage, equates to about a $750 if it's a flat rate and about a 30 cents if it's a square footage. So we'll also come back to that and share some thoughts on where we would like to see some direction going as well. Next slide. So what is the financial impact as we're talking about let's go big and bringing this money, and what does that really mean for the district, and how does that offset into our budget, and what are we going to be able to offer that would encourage our parents and our community to support a parcel tax of whether it's a square footage or a flat rate. So next slide. So if we look at this slide here, let me move my screen here, Si. Some of these numbers are going to look familiar. We tried to keep the same numbers as what was showed in the 45-day budget update from August. And so same beginning balance that was shared in our August. The total revenue of the 45 days is at $182,811,000. And then we built in, if we were able to pass a $24 million parcel tax, what would that look like infusing that revenue into our budget? And so you could see that we would then have a $206 million. The expenditures we actually built into the 188, a presupposed 3% salary increase. So that's where that additional money is coming into the revenue, or excuse me, the expenditures. What that does in the outlying years, we would continue to receive that 24 million. So you can see as that 188 million, we actually have money that would be carried over to continue to support our beginning fund balance in 22-23. So this is really the baseline of what would happen with the 24 million. But what it does allow us to do is will allow us to offset for those speculations of the unknowns that are going to happen in January with our state budget. But even further than that, it really does allow us to look at bringing some of those programs and learning opportunities for our students that haven't been able to be offered yet. So if we can go to the next slide. And these would be some of those areas that, as we're talking about our best supports for students, we would then have the revenue in our budget to be able to look at counselors at our elementary and middle schools, expanding that for our student wellness. Our social emotional learning has been a large topic through our distance learning, and something that I think as we've all worked with our students that would like to be able to support and offer. A literacy teacher to help with our reading programs that, again, many surrounding districts have this. It's not a luxury, it's a need. It's something that we should be providing for our students and just have not been able to. Our electives at our middle schools, we've had many conversations over the years, the inequity among our middle schools, that some middle schools offer 2 electives and some only offer 1. And in all fairness and equity, if we place a value that all should have that 2 elective opportunity, then this would allow us to be able to add that opportunity in. And then stabilizing the librarian hours, we've heard very strongly, we've always been talking every year about cutting and cutting. What if we really had that opportunity to talk about enhancing and improving and offering more for our students? And our SITs are not on this list, but certainly those would be the other things that we really can look at moving forward and looking at our strategic plan. How do we truly begin to implement those areas instead of looking at always pulling back? It's where do we want us to go in the future? So next slide. So this slide will look the same, except for it is building in, even if we do hear from the governor in January that we're going to be imposed with this additional 5 to 10% budget reduction. This is what our outgoing years would look like with the infusion of a 24 million parcel tax. Next slide. And so it really just calls out that would be 13 millions that would be reduced from our budget. But you can see even with that projected salary increase into the expenditures, we still are able to maintain a very healthy fund balance. And again, would be able to offer the programs that were mentioned above and bring back those programs and those opportunities for students. I do want to make a special note here, and for assumptions reasons, we did just build into the plan a 3 or a 2% salary increase. In all respect to our negotiation teams, that is something that happens at the table and would still have to go through the negotiating process. It really is a form of a beginning conversation, beginning process. So I do want to make sure that I'm honoring the process of the negotiating team. So next slide. So here's what we can commit to as we're looking at this 24 million. We've heard from our community, we've heard from our parents, that there is definitely the energy to support the district. In turn, what will we be able to continue to provide in the district? And I think this leads into, nobody has ever said they wanted to close schools. The whole conversation of school closures revolved around our fiscal stability and not having adequate funding and having a higher expenditure than revenue. So if we were able to pass and implement a 24 million parcel tax, and I think it's important to add the word implement because it's not only passing, but we actually have to have that money into our budget. It cannot be tied up into some lawsuit because that would deter us from being able to be fiscally stable. So I always add that in just as a caveat. But what it would mean is we would not have any new cuts to programs or positions in the year 21-22. We would take school closures off the table for minimally 21-21 through all the way through 2024 2024 school year. And this is a 3-year time frame. And the consideration would be we do develop our budget on a 3-year time frame. It would allow us at the end of the 3 years to really evaluate where we are based on where we are forecasting our budget to be. We look like we will be very fiscally solvent. There's always those unknowns, and we would want the board to continue to have the opportunity to look at what the opportunities, maybe if a school closure still needed to be evaluated at that time, then that could certainly be revisited. But we really do want to take that off the table so that our energy is focused on a parcel tax. We've heard clearly that we have the support for that. This is our opportunity really to focus everything that we're doing into that May time frame. Again, by passing it, we would be able to offer an employee salary increase. And for budgeting purposes, we did call out a 3% for the 21-22 school year, a 2% for the 22-23, and a 2% for 23-24. And again, would be happy to share with the board at another meeting just how does that align to be somewhat comparable with our surrounding districts. Again, it would allow us to add those elementary counselors, add reading specialists, increase staff to create 2 elective opportunities at all of our middle schools, and stabilize librarian hours at all elementary schools. So next slide. Important to note, it is putting a somewhat of a risk in passing a parcel tax. We've heard resoundingly from the community that there is support for us, but we also have to prepare if a parcel tax didn't pass. And so what would be the financial impact if we weren't able to pass the $24 million parcel tax? It would mean we're continuing the plans that have been laid out for the Citizens Advisory Committee would need to be implemented and moved forward. We would need to immediately close our smallest elementary school in the fall of 21-22. This would still be doable with the May results from the parcel tax. It would be a very short time frame, but again, I think laying this out now is this is a possibility if the parcel tax does not pass. We would continue then to identify 3 to 4 elementary schools to be closed in 22-23. There would be no salary increase for our employees for the next 3 years. We would need to implement staff layoffs, and we would be relooking at those board levers to see which ones we need to pull to maintain that 3-year stability. Next slide. One of the things that a 24 million parcel tax does not solve for is declining enrollment. Declining enrollment, we are facing it. Our projections continue to show that it's going to be declining in 5 years. Again, our surrounding districts are experiencing declining enrollment, as is the state of California. So we wouldn't be able to solve for the declining enrollment with that 24 million parcel tax passing. But what it does allow us to do is to have more time to continue to creatively solve our problem. And some suggestions I know that evolved through the CAC and building off of that is to create a school choice zone and identifying zones of our small enrollment schools and really doing a shift in how we staff and how we open enrollment to those schools. Again, with the influx of the additional money, there's more likelihood that we could sustain a small elementary school with a minimum of 2 kindergarten classes versus the 3. And so this would be an opportunity over the next 3 years for parents who live in these identified school choice zones to choose what school they want to go to. When I referenced that it would change our staffing, currently we staff at our school sites based on our neighborhood numbers. With this new school choice zone, we would change our staffing and actually staff a certain number of teachers at each school, and which would allow a certain number of positions to be open that parents then could open enroll into. And so we could take a small school that maybe only has 1 kindergarten class. We would purposely create 2 kindergarten classes and very openly illustrate to parents how many spots were open so that they could be filled. Again, at the end of 3 years, we would need to reevaluate to see if we are still maintaining some schools at that extreme level. There is still a strong concern with the school operating with a single grade level. It really does detract and take away from our students' education and learning abilities. It doesn't allow for the collaboration within the teachers, and it operationally is not the most fiscally solvent. 2 kindergartens does shift into a more of being able to provide those instructional programs. So I would be happy to bring back at our next meeting, if this is the direction to go to allow staff to build out more of what the school choice zone could look like, what that would mean for our policies, and some possibilities there as well. So next slide. The other consideration that we have had a lot of discussion about is the CAC plans and the board, and certainly hearing from the community and hearing from the town halls is what do we do with supporting CLIP as its own alternative site? Based on removing all school closures off the table, it really does eliminate the opportunity for CLIP to move to its own site. But with the passing of the $24 million partial tax, one consideration that we could do is look at repurposing and renovating what the school site, the Nan Allen, that the district owns and maintains. The incoming money from the 24 million would allow us to do some of that renovation. It would allow CLIP then to have its own site. It would also prepare in the future, as we hear about the Valco project, that we may see an influx of students in the outlying years, that we would have the site ready to go. That's one consideration. The other is that we could continue to explore CLIP staying on one of the neighborhood schools, maybe perhaps one of our smaller neighborhood schools, and see if we could create some opportunities where the neighborhood school had first rights to join the immersion program. So we would want some additional time to really dig into this and come up with some other possibilities. could possibly create another task or advisory team that could look into more details and with some solutions. Again, we have some time, would have some money coming in with that 24 million that really could allow us to do some of those opportunities. I think a lot of our constraints when we were working with CAC were we never offered to them that we have additional money to repurpose and to come up with solutions. Our message to them was we have no money, so you're saving money versus spending money. And that's a whole different creative way to look at opportunities. Next slide. And so this really leads to the question, what can our community do to support CUSD and our long-term fiscal solvency? We've heard from many parents, we've heard from our community. One of the other pieces that I've invited is to have our two of our members who sit on our campaign committee, as well as one of them has served and supported FUHSD and their parcel tax pursuits, and really wanted to ask them to provide some insight as to the work on the campaign and where they see and support for, and how can our community come together for this. We've heard we want to be united, and so I guess we're laying out the word now. Here we go. If we're going for a $24 million parcel tax, whether it's a square footage or a flat tax rate, which we'll decide, we really need to have everybody in, because we are one school district with 25 schools and we need to support everyone. And so I am going to turn it over and introduce to Dan Hallaby and Connell Lynn.
Thank you, Stacy. Good evening, members of the board, Stacy and your team. I'm Daniel Hallaby. I'm a longtime volunteer at CUSD. I think I've worked on every tax measure since the aughts, on every citizens oversight committee for each of those. I've served on the budget advisory committee, worked on Measure O, and I am currently the chair of our Citizens for Great Cupertino School District, Great Cupertino District Schools. And Connell Lind is also here, and Connell, I'd like you to introduce yourself if you could, please.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm Connell Lynn. I've been the campaign manager for the last couple of Fremont High School District bond and parcel taxes, and also have worked with Sunnyvale on their bonds and parcel taxes, as well as about another 100 school districts over the last 30 years in California.
And I think we're just waiting. Jeff is trying to bring up the slide presentation. So there we go. Thank you.
There it is. So Stacy, thank you for that intro, and we really appreciate the bold direction you just articulated. Connell and I are here to talk a little bit about the same thing, I think in sort of slimmed down arithmetically, but in terms of how we get something like this passed. So if you could, Jeff, please move on there. I think we all know the situation here. On the left-hand side are a lot of abstract things that are tough to understand, that you as a board and a team have been grappling with for years. On the right-hand side are the diminished services that the community feels quite acutely. And I know the community is very much well aware of closures now, and probably less aware in the same visceral way of what's going to happen to class sizes if we don't fix the budget. I think our employees, most of all, are aware of how honored we feel to have them with us and how undercompensated they are. And then you just spoke about the structural problem that's been with us for years. So to put this simply, it's a resource problem, and the way to solve it is more resources. If we could slide forward, thanks, Jeff. So we're going to outline a recommendation along the lines and the scale that you've just described, Stacy. We're going to do something a little different than we've done in the past. We hope if you decide to do this, we're going to do something different. But we want to start with what we need as opposed to what we can get past. That isn't something we don't typically do. We didn't do it on Measure O. I don't think we've done it on any of the other parcel tax measures I've worked on. What we typically do is think about what we can manage to get by with a low information voting community. We poll, we do some very low accuracy polling. Our confidence in that polling was undermined last spring and was undermined last week. And then we aren't able to promise outcomes if we can pass the measure, because we pick numbers that don't generate outcomes. We pick numbers that generate half outcomes, generate delays on the problems that we're experiencing, but not really solve solutions to them. So the idea of promising specific outcomes is new here. Another new idea, because you've proposed something bold, Stacy, we'd like to propose to you, the board, that it's very risky to take on a large parcel tax measure, and that prior to putting in the effort and the money that it's going to take to pass it, we prove to ourselves that we can do it in a way that we can depend on. And then finally, instead of using that low information voter, we use the extremely motivated, extremely well-informed voters. And we think we have plenty of them, quite a few of them in attendance tonight. Okay, so to sort of put this in terms that it's actually an old presentation, but that's okay. That's okay. No, that's all right, Jeff. In any event, I remember what the old one looked like too. We are suggesting that in order to get something sold, we make it long-term enough, need-sized, prevent closures, fix our compensation, solve our structural deficit, and maintain class sizes. What do we mean by each of those? Well, you have a look in the footnotes. We think at least 8 years. We've got a slightly more, a less ambitious number there in terms of the size, but I'll make a point about size in a moment. We delay schools for 5 years, delay closures for 5 years. And then finally, on the question of what's the formulation for calculating that tax, well, we take pragmatism on that over principle, and we'll come to that later on the presentation. So Jeff, if you could advance. This breaks down those promises in terms of dollar amounts. I'm not going to dwell on this because I think Stacy and Jeff, your presentation did not much better with that. Let's see, Connell, actually, this is for you. If you could actually just back up real quick, Jeff, one sec. Yes, the one thing I would like to point out about this, and I think you all understand this, is we don't know what's going to happen in January. We don't even know the specifics of your decision-making as it pertains to these numbers. So the dollar amounts here are going to vary a little bit. We're aware of that. What we want to make sure that we recommend to you tonight is that what you promise the community remains fixed. We're going to have to change how much that costs, maybe based on what happens in January and based on the more detailed calculations, but that we fix a promise to the community about what this measure will do. And then we price it with as much information as we have at the time, which we'll have much more of in January. Okay, we can carry on. And Connell, if you wouldn't mind taking over.
Sure, so give me the risks, huh?
Yeah.
So the first is 750 is 3 times as large as any parcel tax you've passed in the district. How could we do that? So, and I think that the answer to that is it's going to cover all the needs of the district. So you'd be able to go out with the clear communication. You'd be able to take the school closures off the table, and I think you'd be able to satisfy everyone's need. The only comparison I have is just a district I'd worked with years ago. It was a high school district in the Sacramento area that had lost a 55% bond. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to build a new high school, and the community rejected a 55% bond because they didn't believe that the board could build the high school with that amount. And they went back to the table and they redid the bond, doubled it in size, and had to pass it by 2/3. And it was successful in the community. So it's not exactly the same, but things like this could happen. The other risk is obviously the cost of democracy is high. I recommend the registrar of voters estimates the special election like that would cost about $1 million. I think it would be a little bit less than that. They can only charge you actual costs, but that's what their estimate, so we have to respect that. Campaign costs, you could probably run up to $200,000 in a special election. The way that we're going to really have to turn out the vote with the social media aspects and different things, campaigns can get very expensive. And so it's an unacceptable risk if you look at it that way, unless we can prove that you can win before you start. So if we're going,
If I may interject, could we pause for a moment to put the correct slide deck up? And my apologies to that error. I think Jeff can adjust really quick. Or if anybody knows a good song we can sing in between.
Maybe we can, we should hopefully amend the one that we have on board docs as well.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think the major difference to those watching carefully is that the cost here is 24,750,000, 30 cents a foot.
okay. So defining a winning coalition. So in a special election, based on your history, the turnout would be around 22,000 to 26,000. We might be able to push that number up a little bit higher, but just so we don't want to get too stuck on these numbers. A 2/3 threshold, we'd be looking at 15,000 to 17,000. Actually, at 26,000 turnout, we'd need a little bit over 17,000 if anybody's doing the math there. But that just tells you, the 2/3 is where we need to go look at. If we're looking at parents in the district, you've got 11,000 families. We're saying that's 2 per house for 22,000, but we're estimating that the number of registered voters is a little over 10,000 among the parent community, just in the parent community. We would need to win about 90% of the parents. So we would need all the parents on board completely behind this thing in order to get about 9,000 yes votes. So if we move on to the next slide. So if we've got the 9,100 parents, we're going to need probably 600 or so volunteers, $200,000, 220,000. And how are we going to use it? Where are we going to go from there? So the other community members, we need 6,000 to 8,000 members in the community. We could get those from, we've got seniors that are exempt from the parcel tax. We've got previous ID'd past supporters from past campaigns. We've got some background information on that. We've got some information through the, was it PredictWise that did a survey for the district and identified about 12,000 residents that are kind of outside the parent community that we might be able to go after as well. So I think that with those different groups, we would be able to offset the number of parents to get up to the number of voters that we need to be successful.
May I cut in just a moment though, and I think we'll make it clear further on, but we are not recommending the $1 million and the $220,000 spend on a campaign unless we prove in advance before we go to register our voters that we can win.
Correct. And then I think the next slide is yours, Dan.
Yes, so sorry. So there it is. So, when at the point where you decide at an outline level, a scale and a set of services that you think we can have maintained at that scale, we'd like to go out and do a sort of 100% sample survey on what we hope to see about 9,000 people. If 9,000 people show up to a page and say to us, yes, I'm a registered voter, or I can register to vote and will, I'll volunteer, I'll contribute, and we get that proof in hand, not only will we know we can proceed, but we can use some volunteers from that group to actually do the work to win.
And I think I was taking this one.
Yep.
So obviously the decision needs to be made, at least give some directions, maybe not the decision on that, but some direction I think is coming forward with the boards looking at a parcel tax. So now it's open it up to the parents. We need to start communicating to find that we can prove that we can win so that everybody's going to come on board. January gives us time to start, we start organizing the campaign between now and January as well, but January is when it really needs the boots on the ground and decisions finally are going to be made. We've got the January budget. The deadline for a May election is early February, so you probably have to really make the decision in January in order to file in time. And then the campaign really starts immediately as soon as you're filing the resolution and just pushing to the vote. If it's a May election, it's a vote by mail only. Well, May or June is very likely to be vote by mail, definitely May. So, you know, May 7th, I think would be the date. Looking at that. No, May 11th, I'm sorry. So 28 days before that is when people start getting the ballots. We just got to push them to vote. The next page would be some of the tactics we were talking about. So parents would represent basically about half the number of votes we need to win. So we need to employ their energy to identify and turn out the other ones. We probably need about 600 volunteers, and especially for canvassing, you know, obviously right now we can't canvass. When we did in the fall election, we weren't able to do block walks. We're hoping by the spring that we would be able to do that. But I think that would probably be the most important aspect of a campaign is the neighbor to neighbor contact, and, you know, using those 600 parents to go out and knock on doors and explain the situation to the community. I think that's going to take that type of effort in order to get that, if we're tripling the last parcel tax. We're going to work on targeting, you know, targeted digital advertisements, email, texts, digital Facebook ads, social media. As much as I hate social media, I think we still need to do it. And paper mail. I still believe in the direct mail to the voters in the district. So I think a combination of all those things are, we're going to employ everything we can possibly deploy. So next slide, I get to talk about square foot versus flat rate. Lucky me. So we agree with the advocates for the square foot versus, but we're going to recommend the flat rate. The square foot advocates have a valid principal point, and I think that we should continue to look at that, a fair distribution of tax burden, kind of like what Prop 15 attempted to do, but was unsuccessful. I think the biggest issue with the square footage tax that scares us most is we have credible evidence or credible threats, I guess, on both sides of this. We've got a group that is saying we're not going to support a parcel tax unless you do a square footage, and then we've got a potential state organization that is threatened to oppose it with as much money as they could spend on it. So with that kind of opposition, it just puts us in a bind. If you need to get 2/3 and you have opposition, there's just no way you're going to do it. So we're kind of leaning towards the flat rate based on the potential of having organized opposition. It's forcing us to choose, but we really need to kind of push the idea of not having opposition. Pragmatically, a quiet election depends on mobilizing supporters. If we've got a business community that's running ads and newspaper ads and whatever else they would employ, it's no longer a quiet election, and we're in an uphill battle. I don't think it would be successful with the organized opposition. So
I'd also add, Connell, that we do feel sort of in the middle of religious war a little bit on two sides. That those that are vocal and energetic on the side for a flat rate, ultimately we think care less about our schools. The folks that are around us here who are interested in square footage, we also know care deeply about having great schools in their community, and in the end might do the same thing we are doing here in terms of decision making, and that is remember our principle, but do something pragmatic here in order to help out the school. we can.
And maybe there's another opportunity to turn that, you know, if this business community is looking at, if they're opposed to the square footage and they want to do the flat rate, maybe we can involve them in more fundraising efforts within the district itself, so that it's not that they're just running away and getting away with it. Maybe we just channel that energy into a more positive situation for the district.
So I think that's it in a nutshell. We'd love to take some of your questions. If you could just move back one real quick, Jeff.
Yeah.
Just to recap, we'd like to recommend that we work on the need, that we attach to this measure outcomes that are not variable, changing the prices we need to along the way before we file. And then before we file, prove we can do it, and prove we can do it with the great energy in this community. I've been listening in on all the board meetings recently, and I'm listening to the parent comments, often agonized, dismayed comments. And you know, I take it as a sign of people who love their children. And I would just point out to all of you that we live far apart, but we are all part of the school district. In that way, we are siblings in the school district. And I love your kids a little bit too, and I hope you love mine a little bit too. And I'd like to see us act that way together. We haven't done that very much as a community, but as far as this budget is concerned, we're brothers and sisters. And I think we could do this together. I would love it if we could do this together.
Thank you, Dan and Connell. Really appreciate that. And again, you know, just looking at, let's call for that rally, that if we're saying we can pass it, let's do it. I think, Lori, if I may, at this point, for our presenters, if we could maybe do questions for their particular part of the slide, and then we could move back to the original one.
Okay, sure. Yeah, we can do it in that order. So anything else you need to say, Stacy, before I open it to clarifying questions to the board?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so board members, clarifying questions, I guess let's start with questions for Connell and Dan.
I'll go ahead and start, Lori, following the same order. Would that be all right? All right, thanks. 2 questions, right?
Yeah, let's do 2 just to make a round.
Yep, it sounds good. So first of all, thank you so much for this comprehensive sort of plan for the campaign. So 2 questions. First, the 220K budget. Could you speak a bit about that? In particular, are you thinking that we will retain a consultant like last time? Or are you thinking, because most of us who get on the board here, we kind of run our own campaigns, right? We do our own flyers and we don't really have a consultant, and it's about the same size same size district, obviously. So I was wondering, of that 220, is that primarily going to go to outreach? Are you thinking we need a consultant to help us? What's the thinking here? And if you could, please go ahead.
So we hope to retain Connell and his help. There are a series of vendors that that the campaign hopes to use, as well an analytics firm that we've employed in the past, a CRM database, essentially, some digital work that we need to do, some creation of digital product, and some direct mail as well. We think we've got to do that, especially with the seniors. There is a breakdown that we don't have available to you tonight that sort of got us to the 220. We can do that with you in a different session, though. Sure.
All right. Okay. And then the second question is really, I think, this novel approach of signing up commitments before. So I'm just thinking, will we be reaching out to the entire, rather than just the parents, the entire voter population of the district? And do you think, have you done some, it seems like 2 months is a very short period of time, particularly since we have, Christmas in there, certainly. You feel comfortable? You don't have to go into the details, but I'm guessing you're feeling comfortable we can do this in 2 months, signing up almost 10,000 people in 2 months?
Honestly, no, not perfectly comfortable. But we think that there's energy in the community. We think there's energy in about 25% of the community, frankly. We'd like the rest of the community to be awoken, and we think some of those folks will help us. And you're right, we're not restricting at all to parents. And if we could gain commitments from the broader community on something like this, we would absolutely use it. There is a contingency if we look like we're on our way and we need an extra month. I think based on the ROV calendar, you could give us an extra month. And that may actually work out for the better in a number of ways, including recovery from the virus that would allow us to do canvassing more thoroughly than, so an extra month might actually turn out great. But no, we've articulated we're trying something we've not tried before. And I actually can't express confidence yet that we can get there.
We'll try. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Dan. Those are my two, Lori. Thanks.
Okay, who else has questions? Satish, go ahead.
Okay, so thanks, Dan and Conal. It's great. A lot of information. I have again a couple of questions here. One is like, I think prove we can win, right? I think that's a popular one. So that is like, we do not want to do anything if we cannot prove it that we can win, right? I think that's a message. And we are expecting that message to go out. Basically, I presume it's a survey kind of thing, right? You will be sending a survey or some kind of a commitment. If you want to get it, you are going to send a survey to people, right? Dan?
Yes, though the question is rather binary.
Yeah. So is that like because I think, is it like a just by then we need to know which approach we are going to go, what's amount and so on, right? So I think, can we give an option for the voters to decide whether we should go with a flat or the square footage, which they would support? Because instead of we saying probably, which option we should be going, I know that we all have some opinion about each of this, okay? So since we are surveying already, is there a possibility for us to talk to people and see that which one they prefer? So that's what probably a bigger commitment. Let's say if I go with the A, okay, you will support. If I go with the B, I'll support. So probably that's what we should be looking into. It's a question and a suggestion again, okay? But I think probably, otherwise we cannot say just a binary, yes, we'll support or not. Probably that will not help us out, my view. Okay, and so do you have some comment on that, Back?
I do, and Conal, maybe you do as well. I would say that there is, we're not opposed in principle to that. Again, we are not, none of us that I know of have religion on the question of square foot versus flat rate. We actually like the concept of square foot better, but we estimate that flat rate's going to, that square foot would provoke an extremely organized, well-funded, possibly state level intervention. And that's the sort of thing that may not show up in our ask to the public on that little website. And so it's perfectly possible to ask that question in the form of a survey question, which would you prefer? Really, we think that we would not be able to measure it well.
I definitely, I definitely prefer that because end of the day, voters are deciding which one we are going, irrespective of what we are pushing, right? So if they want to go with that, or 66%, 70% of the people want to go with the square footage, we should go for it, right? Or vice versa, we should know that. So definitely here, I think this particular milestone is very critical, prove we can win. And everything comes only after that. I think we have to put a lot of energy on this prove we can win to get the right information back. Then we can plan everything. Okay. The second question is about the 600 volunteers, right? Is it based on the amount what you come up with? Like, because it's like here the proposal is like a big parcel, okay, a big number. So is it in a relation between these two? Like if the amount is a little lower, would the number of volunteers and the commitment can be lower? Or
would you repeat one word in that prior sentence? If what's lower?
No, here we have proposed the 600 volunteers.
Yes, and are you saying if the amount was lower?
No, is it based on the, is it based on the around 20 million which you are looking into? And if it was 15 million, probably we wouldn't have had so much.
I see I understand the question. I'm sorry. The 600 number really, the bulk of that number comes out of our ambition, which we hope we can fulfill based on the status of disease. Our ambition is to use canvassing as our primary measure. And the bulk of the bodies that we hope to have are, folks knocking on doors, not just leaving paper, but telling their story. In fact, bringing their child along if it's a parent. And I know there's plenty of staff who were actually amazingly helpful in Measure O, who'd want to do the same thing, I think, in this case. So that's where the bulk of those bodies comes from. And we've got, again, a breakdown in terms of what our ambition is for all the people, but it wouldn't really scale to the measure size.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I could just touch on the square footage question a little bit, because, the real question is if there's going to be organized opposition, and we're not going to get that by asking the parents the question. So I think you're opening up a little bit of a can of worms by asking the flat rate versus square foot question to a larger community, where it could be, if that's going to generate organized opposition against you, that's going to kill the parcel tax, why ask that?
No, I think it's very important, right? Like, let's say if you put flat on the other side, if it fails, what happens? Right?
Yeah.
We are giving a choice here. I think the same argument is there on the other side too. When you are talking about square footage, on the other side, when you're saying flat, there's another argument also, right? So I think we are not just giving to the parents, right? This survey should be to the community. The survey should be to the people who's going to vote for it, right? Whether vote against or vote for it, irrespective of anything. End of the day, we are going to survey people who will be making the decision anyway. So we want to know beforehand itself what they prefer, right? Otherwise, if you put something which is going to fail, what's the point in doing it? I think that's what the idea of making sure we are securing that in December, right? That is prove we can win, right? I think that is very critical, right? I think proper, I think what I'm trying to say is, I think if you do not survey that properly, I think then a big part we are missing there. If you do not have if you do not know what they are thinking, then probably this can fail as well, right? Because we have a good sense, a lot of our community people have, like, they have come up with square foot idea, right? I'm not here to argue or anything, but I'm just saying that the community is definitely have ideas on this, and we should honor that in terms of understanding, probably majority of them maybe in one of that, right? Either this or that. I think we should look into that. Otherwise, we are probably shooting in dark.
And just, to kind of jump in and clarify too, as Connell and Dan put together and shared their presentation, I think they acknowledged that, either tax is a possibility, just based on where our community has been. That was the leaning towards the flat rate. And so it really will come down to the board to consider and make that decision. And there isn't the intent to have to decide tonight by any means.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. No, because I just wonder, because there is a slide saying that we prefer. That's why, otherwise I wouldn't have asked that question.
We'll work hard on whatever you decide.
Thank you. So yeah, this is just on the slide number, the last slide basically, right? Just slide number 12. So based on that thing, I asked this question. So thank you.
Okay, so then I have, where did my list go? Phyllis.
Yeah, I just had one question for Dan. Dan, at the end of the presentation, you commented about pushing it out. Did you mean by that to push it out to June instead of May, to give ourselves an extra month?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Sylvia?
So I wanted to talk a little bit more or get some more understanding of what you mean by organized opposition. So if we could go back to the slide, I don't remember which one it was.
Or the one about square foot versus flat rate then.
Yeah, there was something about like just the energy, like the difference. The quiet election depends on mobilizing supporters, forced to choose a side with high energy on both sides. Can you just talk to me a little bit more about who like, when you say a state, that there might be a state organization that comes in to actively oppose it, like, can we just be clear and specific on what are we talking about here? Like, and how powerful is that? And what would it look like if there is opposition? And how effective can those organizations be?
Kyle, do you want to go? You've worked a few of these.
I've worked, so I'm not sure of the exact organization. So the threat didn't come through me. So I don't know. I have this feeling I know who it is, but I don't want to say who it is. Dan maybe could give more information on that. I'll use the Los Angeles Unified tried to do a parcel tax last year, and they did a square footage model, and the Chamber of Commerce actively opposed it as an organization here in Los Angeles, and it got 48% support, just killed it. So there's some state organizations that are just adamantly opposed to the square footage model, and they don't want to see it in places like Los Angeles, and they probably don't want to see it in places like Cupertino. So the likelihood seemed real to have that kind of, that they would take a position on it to squash it in the area.
Okay. And so based on that, so if I understand correctly, your recommendation for the flat rate is that there wouldn't be the organized opposition. It would just be focused on supporters versus opposers in that whole line about the pragmatism.
Yes. There's a small turnout election. The idea is let's turn out the supporters.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the overall goal is that, you identify two, and if you come across a no, you have to identify two yeses. And if you've got organized opposition that's hammering you, you just can't do that.
Okay. And if we did go with the square foot instead, just hypothetically, if we did, would we need to increase that amount from $220, 220,000 in order to combat that? Or does that number kind of stay the same regardless, or do we then change tactics?
Yes, that's a good question, Sylvia. And I think the answer is we would have to rethink the strategy completely. It probably, like, if there was a well-funded opposition and we were going to be in a well-funded kind of fight, we'd want to be armed in that fight too. It would be a complete change in the sort of election that we run. It'd be much more loud and much more expensive.
Okay, those are my two. Thanks, Lori.
Okay, so I'm trying to sort of gather my thoughts here, but I guess I've spent a lot of time trying to dig into, through the legislative action work that I've been doing on looking at other districts that are funded similarly to the way we are, and nobody is in our position of being as low funded and operating in the highest cost of living area anywhere, surrounded on all sides by basic aid districts. But I can find some similarly funded districts like up in Marin, up in Alameda County, where they're getting similar amounts of dollars per student, and they're still in fairly high cost of living areas, although not as high cost as we are here. But there are some really big dollar value parcels that exist out there. Piedmont City has a $2,763 per parcel flat rate. Kentfield has a $1,498 parcel. Mill Valley has an $11,034 parcel. Do we know anything about how any of those districts have gotten large parcel rates? Like, what does a campaign look like to build around? Is that the needs-based campaign we're talking about here, that you're starting from what do you need because of the way you're funded and making the case?
I don't think any of those started at that level. I know Piedmont really was what is one of the original school districts that went after parcel taxes, back in probably the late 80s. And so they built that up over the years to get to that 2000 level. I'm not as familiar with the activities of the Marin school districts, though.
Okay.
But most of them have built up to that. They didn't start at that level. They probably have added on and gotten up to that level.
Yeah, and I did find some evidence of that in like the, but they're adding a couple hundred at a time onto them.
Yeah, Piedmont's a very small district.
Yeah.
Kentfield's very small. Yeah, they're pretty small districts all in all told. And that's rare. Most of the parcel taxes are really.
It is rare, but
not.
some are districts that are as low funded as ours. And so as I'm finding these ones that are, as I'm digging through
Yeah.
district after district after district after district across the state, the ones that are funded down at the level we are do have a higher preponderance of districts that have parcel taxes as sort of their last option. So, okay. I don't think I have any other questions that we haven't gone over already, either by my colleagues or otherwise. So anybody else want to do a round two? Anybody else have more questions before we go back to Stacy to check in?
I mean, I have questions, but I'd like to maybe minimize these so we could hear public comments. I think last time it started at 11, which is kind of late for folks. So I'd like to maybe, yeah, I won't have any questions this next round. I'll hold them for later.
Okay, so but we still need to go back to Stacy's half of the presentation before we go back to public comment for sure.
Right.
So,
Certainly.
okay. So anything else for Connell and Dan is, I guess, what I'm asking.
Actually, having brought up the time, I just, because Sylvia had asked sort of a two-part question, which is, who are these organizations or what might the opposition manifest as? And Connell, you answered the first part. I was wondering if you could talk a bit about the second part of what Sylvia asked, which is, how might this opposition look? Is it just a storm of fires in people's mailboxes? Is that, or what can we expect should this unknown or unidentified state organization come after us? What would that opposition look
Probably
like?
a combination of the direct mail, probably some TV advertising, although that's a little bit difficult to do in a school race like that. Maybe some radio, and I think they'd probably go to social media.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks.
By social media, do you mean ads, like banner
Yeah.
ads? Okay. All right. Anybody else for Dan and Connell? All right. With our thanks to you both for coming and speaking with us today. Anything else, Stacy?
No, just a huge thank you and appreciation, Connell and Dan, and thank you for staying late with us tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
No problem.
Lori, I don't have a question. I just have a comment.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
I think as a board, I'm interested that we move forward with making some sort of a decision and giving some sort of a direction to the campaign committee. Lori and I both serve on the campaign committee, and I think as soon as we can get some direction from the board as to what we're thinking in terms of amount, do we want to do this in terms of amount, not necessarily a decision about square foot versus flat, but just some direction for the campaign committee so that we can begin to develop plans for when this campaign starts, because it's going to be a heavy lift, I think, to pass a big parcel tax. My personal opinion is it's worth giving it a shot, but I think as a board, we need to say what we want to do next. That's it. Thanks, Lori.
So thank you, Phyllis. That actually leads straight into, can we go to the next slide, Jeff? There we go. So really just echoing what Phyllis said, the considerations based on all the information that was provided tonight, consider asking the board to consider the parcel tax initiative to solve for CUSD fiscal solvency, and that would be going out for the large $24 million parcel tax. But also consider the implications of a parcel tax not passing and the impact on the budget for the multi-years, and be prepared to continue that planning for the worst case scenario. Also keep in mind as we go forward, if the decision is to go for the large parcel tax, to consider how to solve for enrollment in our small schools. I would want to continue to strategize on how we balance those opportunities out for our students, and then to consider the work of the CAC to continue to put in place the contingency plans if the parcel tax didn't pass. And with that, if we could go back up to Jeff, I believe it's slide 12. One more up. And just really to, as we open up and ask the questions, is really a reminder of what we're able to do if that $24 million parcel tax were to be passed. And so again, asking the board to consider all of aspects of that and to give us some sense of direction if this is the route that you are looking at going, or would you consider wanting to continue down the road of identifying school closures? So I will turn it over to Lori for questions.
Okay, I want to offer clarifying questions. I also think we've had a lot of questions about all of this to date, and what everybody is waiting for and what we're all waiting for is to discuss too. Does anybody have any clarifying questions on Stacy's half of the presentation that you need an answer to before we can start to reflect on what Stacy just asked? Okay, seeing none. All right. So I do want to do kind of an around the horn, and I guess in reflecting on leadership and the fact that this has been an unimaginably challenging year as your board president, I am going to jump in first and tell you what has been on my mind all along and what is on my mind. This is a lot. And it's a lot because I think there is this fear out there that somehow the values of the board aren't aligned with the values of our community. And speaking for myself, I think it's just the opposite. This is unimaginably hard, and unimaginably emotional and unimaginably painful, because this is about the things that we care the very most about in this community. It is about our children. It is about our schools. It is about our neighborhoods. It is about our community. And I think so much of what has gone on comes from that collective value that we all have for our kids, for our schools, and for what brought us all here to Cupertino Union School District, right? There is a reason why people choose this district for their children. It is what brought my parents to this district to raise me and my sister. It is what brought me back to raise my own children here. And nobody wants to close schools, least of all me. And what the struggle has been all along is that in my view, we are at a place where we are not funded to be able to have any room. We have no breathing room. We have no space for anything. And worse, we're being pushed off a fiscal cliff as we go. And so how do we address that, right? How do we get at having breathing room to be able to make the choices that are more in line with the values of this community? And I think Dan said it earlier when he said that it's resources. Resources is the problem with all of this. It's that we don't have the resources. And so how do you get to the point where you have the resources to be able to have the breathing room, to be able to do the things we all share and want for our kids, right? Which is the schools that we've chosen for our kids, be they our neighborhood schools or our alternative schools. We've all made choices in this district as to what we think is the best for the learners that we have. We each have our own learners, and we all made choices for what are the best decisions for the learners that we have. Not the learners that we want, but the learners that we have. And I've often said that, you know, like what drove me to do this? What drove me to say yes to this? I have 2 biological children, but I have 15,700 children of my heart. And I want so badly for all of them to have a different experience in this district than they're having. And that all comes back to resources. And so for me, everything that Stacy has laid out, if that's what it takes to get us to the point where we have the resources to do the things for the kids that we want as a community, then there is no other choice here than to take the biggest jump that this district has ever taken and to put our faith and our stock in all of us together. It's not your kid, it's not my kid, it's our kids. It is not us who needs to do this lift for this parcel tax. It is not you that needs to do this lift for this parcel tax. It is us together. And it is going to take every one of us in unison, acting together, because it's what this district needs and what our kids need. And there will be no room for second guessing. There will be no room to continue to tear down and spread misinformation, which I think is fair to say has been happening. But there will also be no more room for not having empathy for each other. Because if we aren't in this together, it will not work, and we will not have those resources for kids. And I can't imagine a worse fate than to be in this position, in this chair, in this screen, in this Brady Bunch box on a screen 6 months from now, if we can't do that together, if we cannot all come together and say that our kids are important enough to do this together. I am not capable of getting through something like this that I care so much about without the tears. And I know that I wish that it was different for this community, but this is who I am. I am somebody who cares so much about this district. And I know that all of my colleagues do too. And so I don't want anybody to walk away from any of this thinking that any of this at any point has been because we don't care, because we care so much. We care so much, all of us, this board, this staff, this district. So for me, it is yes. It is yes to continuing to do the planning that we must do to stay solvent, but stopping. I cannot move forward with voting on anything until we can give this parcel tax a try, but I need you to be with me, and I need you to be with all of our kids. And I need you to make space in your hearts for all of our kids, be they at neighborhood schools or alternative schools, to have the same opportunities in our district. Because together is how we're going to do this. So yes to stopping school closures for me if we can get this parcel tax passed, and please understand that we still have to plan for what happens if it doesn't, because there is a lot of indecision out there. This community is not all in on this idea, and so it's going to take all of us to get everybody all in on this idea. Yes to having enough funding to consider what else we can do with it. Yes to having a contingency for what happens when the state does whatever they're going to do to us in January. Yes to treating our staff the way that they deserve to be treated. I think that's probably in sum where I'm at on all of this. So I will happily hear from my colleagues, and I will say to this community that this has not been easy for any of us, and for all of the anxiety and the stress that you all have expressed. I understand, and I've lived it too. And I think, I just hope that you will remember that if we had a different choice, we would do something different, right? I think part of the question all along has been, why are we having this conversation during COVID? And I think that probably tells you just how serious our problem is. Because if we had a different choice, none of us would have done this. Not one of us. So, all right, with that, do you guys want to go in order, in reverse order, I don't know, what would you guys like to do?
I'll just go next if that's all right, Lori.
Please, Jerry, go ahead.
All out order. Okay. First of all, Lori, thank you so much for being so, I think, eloquently expressing the emotions that all of us feel about this whole this process, this journey that we're on in finding fiscal stability. And so I just want to say to the community, you know, I work with these four folks. I didn't really know them 2 years ago. I've really gotten to know them. My board members are good folks. They're good people. We may have different perspectives and all that, but I know that all of us really do care about the district, about the students. I think none of us, it takes a lot of hassle to get a seat on this, and nobody runs for a seat on a school board just to close schools. That's not the first choice. And so it's just something I want to kind of echo what Lori's saying. And I think she said it so much better than I can. So I'll just add a +1 or maybe a +2 or 3 to it. And I want to then, Stacy, I want to thank you for putting forth this proposal. I think this recommendation is really in line with the values of our community. We've really been able to look at the numbers the last couple of weeks here in these meetings. And it's very clear once you start looking at the numbers that, you know, given the gap, the hole that we're in to restore fiscal stability, the parcel tax is really the only way to achieve that. You know, closing schools at $1 million plus a campus, even if you did half a dozen of them, doesn't really move the needle and rips a huge hole in the fabric of the community. And so I really want to, you know, thank you for sort of thinking a bit out of the box. And there are a number of elements here that I'd like to talk more about. But I'll just say that this is something I very much certainly support. The right thing to do is for us to take school closure off the table for now, focus on the parcel tax, and hopefully Plan A passes. And if Plan A doesn't, then, and we should plan for Plan B, but all of our energy should be going towards Plan A. I think two questions I do have, and I'll just mention them. You don't have to answer them now. We can talk more about them in the discussion. One is really this 24 million. That is a large amount. I understand there are districts that charge more, but there are a lot of districts that are less. And I understand we certainly have that need. And so I like to understand a little bit better at how we arrived at that 24 million and whether or not, you know, for instance, Dan and Connell's earlier slides at 20 million, whether, you know, how that compares with the 24. And so that's really one question. And the other one that sort of jumped out at me is the notion that we'll postpone closures for 3 years or 5 years or whatever it is. And I think, and I certainly would not want to sign up for never closing schools, right? That would be irresponsible for us to do that. But I think what we need to do, if we were to go with this no closure for 3 years, is to maybe, you know, look a bit more about the plan that I think you'll get into details next time on what this choice zone is, and really lay out for the community sort of our plans and our metrics for either not having closure or having closure. Maybe some kind of a dashboard, because I think what I'm hearing a lot from the community is one of, well, sounds like you guys did something, but we're not really sure what got done and all this. And I think to the extent that we can be really clear as to what our actions are, what our metrics are, and what our progress is, that'll help make that decision a lot more clear 3 or 5 years down the line. But overall, very much support this. Let's get school closures off the table for now. Let's all get behind the parcel tax initiative. That's the only way we can restore the district to fiscal stability. So thanks.
Who wants to go next?
Yeah,
Satish, go for it.
I'll go in the same order. First of all, thank you. A lot of information and pretty good. Thanks everybody for working on this. And I think yeah, already Jerry and Laurie already spoke to the community about what we all think. That's great, and thank you for that. So I'm not going to talk anything on that. Probably I'll come directly into this. So definitely, I think the way what we should go is for the parcel tax, and absolutely, if possible, I do not want to have the slide 12 itself. That is, if parcel tax does not pass, we want to take out that slide. Ideally, means what it means is like I want the parcel tax to pass. Absolutely, okay, that should be the priority. The energy for the community and us should be on that, and we should not have any worry in back of our mind that will the school be closed right now, right? So if as you said, Stacy, like if you are going to have the parcel tax passed, we can take out all these cuts and the closures and levers and everything out for now, right? That's what everybody wants. That's a problem for the staff, for the community, for board and everybody. We are looking for that kind of much more a stable environment, right? Now the question back here is like, the parcel tax pass, right? So for that, like, a couple of main things, right? What is the affordable amount? I think that's very important for us because we do not want to go very high number and fail it. That's number one, right? But at the same time, we need a decent number for us to sustain at the same time, because we cannot probably have very low number. And again, going back to another parcel or taking a combination of levers or cuts and then the parcel. I don't think that's going to. I think end of the day, I think everybody wants to take out all the cuts and reductions kind of part, right? Whether it's a layoff or anything on that front. So I think what's that optimum? I know that number, what we are talking is like, I think in Dan's slide also, they put it like, with this, you can get this. And if you want to do additional, this is what it is. But probably we should seriously look into, again, the possibility of passing or possibility of losing, right? That's also is very important factor when you're deciding the number. So I think we should really be careful. I understand that 24 million would be the ideal one, what you're looking for, but probably 24 million could be too high, maybe, right? I'm not saying to make a decision right now, but I think I'm just, sharing this with my colleagues also here. Probably we should see that if it is lower number, what would be the thing? It's what I understand from the slides are ending balance could be lower, right? If you reduce this, like probably what's going to happen is, I think one of the slides, what it shows is that our ending balance also is increased. Beginning fund, ending balance means beginning fund balance probably will be reduced if you do not have that much, if the parcel is not that high, right? If it is not, let's say it's 20 million just for our talk, or an 18 million if you're talking, probably the beginning fund balance could be lower than what we are projecting. Probably what is our optimal number? I don't know that. Like what should be the beginning fund balance, or what should be a healthy number, right? Probably we may be taking a little bit hit there for us to pass this parcel tax. Okay, so the important part is passing the parcel tax. Okay, so the higher amount should not be the cause of it we losing this opportunity. So an optimal amount where it can pass, that's very important. And again, the approach you said already, you answered when I talked last time in Dan's slide, we can still discuss what approach we should be looking into. But again, I am insisting on the approach. It is very, very important for us to understand the community, what they are looking for. Because my view is community will see two parts of it. What's the amount, what you're looking, what's the approach you are going to take it. Okay, I think these two are, we should definitely be looking into. And, I think that should be the basic part for, this parcel tax pass. What else? I think, and another thing is, I think in the slide itself, 84% of our parcels are residents, right? So residential property. So definitely, I think, they all understand what we are having now. So I think if we do a very good education or a good campaign, I think we can get it passed. I think that's all I have. I think that, I think I conveyed my message. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Satish. Sylvia, or is it Phyllis? Sorry, Phyllis.
Thanks. I'm really excited about the possibility that we won't have to close any schools next year. That I know that was something none of us wanted. I certainly didn't want it either. So, so I'm excited. Stacy, thank you for coming up with a plan that might allow us to do that. I I would like to see us go for the larger number. I believe, based upon some of the things that I've heard from our community over the last couple of weeks, I believe the amount of the parcel tax is not as important as the promises. So I think if the community understands that we're not going to close schools, we're going to bring counselors in to help with social emotional, we're going to increase librarians, maybe increase SITs. All of those things that are on that list that you presented, Stacy, I think if parents are confident that we're able to do that, the amount of the tax is not going to be as important as bringing as those promises that we're making to make things better for kids. So when I look at considering how to solve for enrollment in our small schools, I'm not sure that's a decision we need to make right now. If we're not going to close schools next year, hopefully we'll pass a big parcel tax and we won't have to close schools. Then I think we've got some time to take a look at how to solve for enrollment in the smaller schools. I also think that we have to make sure that in parallel to running this campaign, we're also looking at a contingency plan in case it doesn't pass. And I think we're going to have to make sure that our community understands that we're going to run these things in parallel. So while we may be still talking about school closures, but that's a contingency plan. That's in case the parcel tax doesn't pass. Because if it doesn't pass in May and we're faced with a lot of draconian things that we have to do, that doesn't give us enough time if we don't start planning until May. So I think that that contingency plan will be really important. I think that's it. Thank you.
Phyllis, okay, Sylvia?
So +1 to a lot of what my colleagues have already said. I mean, none of us want to close schools. I've always said that we love our schools, but we need to provide the resources that our students need even more. And so I guess my reflections on some of the things that were presented, I'm glad that we're separating out declining enrollment from budget. I think those are two separate issues and things that we need to solve for differently. I don't want to be in the same situation that we're in just a few years from now. So I think for me, when I look at what's being proposed, I love the idea that we're finally getting a chance to bring the resources that we want for our students. The idea of having a counselor on each of our sites, and it wasn't mentioned, but, I would love to see a nurse, especially now with COVID going on. I would love to see more nurses. I would love to see more programs, the literacy experts, maybe even PE teachers. I don't know, we can talk about what that list comprises of later, but just the idea that we can finally have the resources that our children need, that our teachers need, that we've been on a shoestring budget for so long, and to bring us to a point, and I think the community is engaged. I think the community is ready. They've told us so many times that they want to know what they can do, and so I like the idea of asking our community and saying, this is what we will provide. This is what the money will actually do for our students, for our children, and it will bring us real stability and not just kick the can down the road just for a few years, just to be in the exact same position. I don't want to be doing that. And so I really want whatever decision we're making, it needs to be something that creates real stability. And I think that that's where I'm at. We know in January that there's going to be a devastating budget cut from the governor. I mean, they've already told us this, right? And so if we're going to be down as much as 10%, $13 million plus, we know that they've told us that there's no COLA increases for the next, 3 years. I think that was on a presentation a couple of board meetings ago. And so I have to keep that number in mind as well, that it's not just about what we're at right now. It's about the fact that 2 months from now, we're going to be given another number that's much lower from the state. And so that's kind of where I'm thinking right now. Thanks to Stacy, also just +1 in terms of listening to the community, seeing that we're hearing from the community that they want to help, and giving our community a chance to help and step up. And I think that that's a good thing to do as long as we're still continuing to plan, and as long as we're looking at real stability. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. And we are itemized as discussion. I do want to make sure we get to public comment, to Jerry's point, at a timely hour tonight too, but I do want to give us a chance just a little bit to discuss some of this before we take public comment. So I do want to reflect on a couple of the things I heard, and I want to give you guys an opportunity to reflect on a couple of the things you heard too. You know, for me, the big fear here is we can't make a promise and then also compromise on the amount to get to solvency and stability. And so I understand the hesitancy about a big number. I also think that it is sort of one for the other, right? What we've heard all along from our community is, tell us what that number is. Okay, well then here's what the number is. The number is big, and it's, you know, something up in the 750. Well, actually, I shouldn't even talk about it. We're not there yet, and I agree with Phyllis's comments that I think we've got some time to wrestle with the type that we go out for. So I'll just say the $24 million range. We know, like, staff has now outlined what does that look like in our budget over the next several years. It allows for us to not close schools right now. It allows for us time to deal with you know, some of the issues around what do we need to do for compensation to bring us back up to parity with some of the local districts. It allows us to not have to have those conversations about class sizes and about cutting librarians and our school site technology support, instructional technology. It allows us to have those, you know, not have those conversations about sharing principals between sites. I mean, so those things that we're all saying that we want off the table collectively, that impact the whole district, are contingent upon creating and going out for a solving and stabilizing sized measure. So, you know, I do think we have to be careful that we can't have the promises and not have a solving and stabilizing measure, because to Sylvia's point, I really do want to reflect back on what she just said in terms of, I don't want to have this conversation again either. I don't want to go out for a half size measure because we think it's easier to pass when it's probably not, and then be having these conversations again about school closures 2 years down the line. I don't want to have conversations about having to raise class sizes 2 years down the line. I don't want to do any of it. This is so traumatic and so painful for everybody that to me, if we are going to essentially say, we hear you, we want to take all of these things off the table, then it has to be commensurate with a size measure that allows us to actually do that. And is it risky? Yes, this is incredibly high stakes. You know, and I think, you know, as I reflect on why has it been so scary to even get to the point where you can contemplate saying we can take everything off the table if we can just get this passed, is because it does finally feel like the community is listening and participating and wanting to be a part of a solution, but then they're looking to us to guide them as to what that solution needs to be. And that solution has to be stabilizing and has to be solving to the point where we're not having these conversations in another 2 or 3 years, and that we're stopping kicking the can down the road on so many of these things. So anyway, that's sort of what I'm reflecting on as I hear different people lifting up different pieces of this for me. So anyway, anybody else need to circle back and reflect on anything they heard?
I'll go next here then. I think, you know, for me, it comes down to really building it from bottoms up, right? I'll just, you know, back when we set the CAC target, you know, there are numbers that were tossed out, and they're not necessarily unreasonable, but then they weren't really tied to anything. And so I have no doubt we can use 24 million. I have no doubt Stacy can give us a list that can fill 48 million, and it will look just as, you know, needful and all that. And I think what I would like to see is we have a strategic plan. We should figure out what parts of that we're going to operationalize, because we can't do all of it at once. I've discussed it with somebody, I don't remember who, maybe Stacy, right? Let's figure out what parts of the strategic plan we want to do, figure out how much that's going to cost, and let's build that. You know, it's a multi-year kind of thing. because otherwise, it's like when you buy a new flash drive. No matter how big it is, in 6 months you filled it up with files, you have to buy another bigger one. And so I completely agree. We want to size the amount to be commensurate with the promises we make to the community, but there's always going to be a lot more than what we're going to want to do. And I just like to be able to, when a taxpayer comes and asks me, how did you get at this figure, right? And what is it you're going to do with it? Us having a set of priorities and a set of plans that really tie back to what we've all agreed or talked about as a strategic plan. So I don't really disagree with what you're saying, Lori. I think just maybe suggesting an approach, which is tying it back to a plan and sort of going that way and building sort of a set of options from bottoms up. So, okay, in my 2 cents. Thanks.
You're still
Sorry, I put my monitor to sleep while I was trying to unmute myself. Okay, so anybody else need to reflect on anything?
I think I took enough time last time itself. So I just wanted to add, right? I think we talked about this amount part of it, but again, I think coming back to Jerry's point here, I think 24 million we can do so much, but I think what is that like let's say we are going just for our talk, we are talking about 625, 750, that range of parcel, again back in the high level. But if it is a medium level of 500 plus 500 to 600 or 625, whatever that amount, what all we can do, the more highest priority probably, and of course the top priority, which we know, the budget solvency, right? That's very important. And then some of the cuts we can avoid, right? That's very important. And I think some things we can be we can say that if we don't get more than this, we can drop, or this is what probably would get dropped. I think that if we can get that information, that'll be great as well. But I'm still counting, or I'm just pushing for not to go for a very big one, because there's a risk of passing the parcel tax. Thank you.
Okay, and then Phyllis or Sylvia? Phyllis says she's good. Sylvia, anything
here? Yeah.
I'm reflecting a little bit on just kind of fundraising in general, and I've had to do a lot of it, in PTA and CLIPCO and just in other board roles. And Phyllis said something that resonated with me, which is the people that are going to pay it, the difference in the amount for the most part is negligible. And if I'm putting words in your mouth, you can correct me. But I find that that's true as well on the school campuses, is that the families, when we fundraise, when the PTA fundraises, the families that are giving regardless of the amount. And it's not like when we changed from 250 to 300 to 400, or depending on what it was that we were fundraising for a given year in the PTA, it was still the same percentage of families who would donate. And I think that that's, I don't want to make a sweeping generalization, but I also do think that is somewhat indicative of our community, at least the parent community. Now, I know that when we're looking at voters, we're looking beyond just the parents, right? And so I want to acknowledge that it's two different communities, but at the same time, with all of the parents right now so energized and so informed, and wanting to help, I would suspect that number would go up, and that those parents would be instrumental in helping to get the rest of the community on board, regardless of what that number is. So I think that's where I'm at, or that's what I'm thinking about when I'm reflecting back on just what I've seen with parent participation, with regard to whatever amount it happens to be.
Okay. Do we need another round? Do you guys want to hear from comments and then do another round? Does that work for everybody? I also want to be mindful of the fact that we've now been going for a couple hours. Do we need to take maybe a 5-minute break first before we jump into public comment?
That sounds like a good idea, Lori.
Yeah.
Nodding heads.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and I know for those of you who are in the district office, I've been cutting it too short to get all the way down the long hallway, so but my apologies. So we'll say, so it's 8:35 now. Why don't we come back at 8:41, just so that if the clock changes right away. So let's shoot for 8:41, everybody.
All right, thank you, Lori.
Okay, thank Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Stacy. All right. So, Stacy, anything else before we go to public comment on your end? Oh, you're muted, but I think you said no, you don't think so?
Sign language. We're good. Thank you.
Okay, so then, Leslie, how many comments did we end up with?
I believe we have 68.
Okay. So then we'll stop taking comment cards and I will start taking names. And if I can get, why don't we do 4 at a time?
Okay, great. Ramona Gross, followed by Kelly Crosby, followed by Ming Hao Shen, followed by Kieran.
Okay. So then let's see, I see Ramona's hand raised. So let's start there, please.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you all are well. I'm a little sad that I only have 2 minutes to speak. However, I would like to thank you all for everything you do, first and foremost. Stacy, the ambitions of raising 24 million, it sounds great, and we hope the plan works. We also hope that the parcel tax goes through. However, on the street that I used to live, we have counted 27 houses of elderly people who live there, who don't have families going to school anymore. There, on this street alone, there are only 17 houses that have children that go to school, and not all of them go into our district because they don't want to go here anymore. With that said, I remember Jeff previously mentioned several times in the meetings now regarding spending money on our operational cost. And one of that makes me think of our teachers. Our teachers are so underpaid at this moment. And we also, I have chosen to have a voice tonight here, and I know that I have little time, but with regard of everybody else in concern returning to school, I am imploring you to reconsider that opening to January to school. I am thinking of all people involved. I am a person who has stage 4 in cancer, and I have moved 0.9 miles away to be in front of the school. Our teachers cannot be exposed and to all these, the 6 feet apart is not going to work. And again, I have very little time to talk, so I cannot explain everything. But I urge you to consider the teachers' exposure, and the teachers have nothing to do with any of this that is going on right now with COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramona. And then we have Kelly.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Okay, thanks. Hi, my name is Kelly Crosby, and I'm the president of the Regnart PTA, but I'm also one of the leaders of the Save All Schools campaign, which includes Regnart, Meyerholtz, Hyde, Sedgwick, Muir, Miller, Lincoln, Dilworth, Kennedy, and DeVargas communities. I would first like to thank the board, the district staff, and the volunteer leaders who have put so much effort into working with us to find solutions. We are thankful that you have listened to the demands of the Save All Schools campaign and are willing to partner with us to be partners in solving this problem. We realize that closing schools would be the easiest way to save money and to solve the budget crisis. However, our children should not have to pay that steep price, especially not now in the current conditions facing our community. And I think we all agree that we are here for one reason and one reason alone, which is our kids. We as parents really, really appreciate that you're willing to take school closures off the table as a discussion and an action point, because so many parents in our community have protested, written letters, emails, stayed up to 1 a.m., called, discussed, and done all of this for so long. And we are so grateful. And now I put out a call to our community. This is not just to parents, but to all of us, every stakeholder in CUSD schools. We have asked for the district and the board to take school closures off the table, and now they have listened. If they are willing to walk to meet us, then we should do the same to meet them as equal partners. We need to band together to pass this vitally important parcel tax measure. You personally may not specifically agree with the size of it, the type of it, or the way it's laid out, and that's fine. We all cannot agree on everything. However, I urge you not to let this issue further divide us. We have to remember that we have one focus and one focus alone here, and that is our kids and our amazing teachers and staff that deserve more. We have been given a call to action, so let's please rise up and meet that call. We cannot afford to fail. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Kelly. Then next is Kieran.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you to all board members for your continued dialogue on these important topics, including distance learning, the budget, and school closures. As Lori said, this is really a lot. It's too much, and it's really tough. So I had a different note written out before this meeting started. But after having heard Stacey's proposal, it brought a smile to my face. I really want to thank the board for listening to the community and considering holding off the decision to close schools. I, as many parents who have engaged you in the past few weeks, are a part of Save All Schools group, and you guys have all expressed an interest in not wanting to look at school closures. And so I speak for our parent community. We value our schools. We've made sacrifices in terms of commute, cost of living, and even giving up some job opportunities to have our kids stay in the excellent school district that is CUSD. And so we pledge to help with advocacy, to support the parcel tax, to support measures to keep the board solvent. And so continue the dialogue with us. Please be open with us. Please include us. Please do not consider school closures. Please do not consider closing any school. No school is small for us. We don't see them that way. So please help us help you, as a line from a famous movie. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiran. And then we have Ming Hao.
Yes, hi, all board members and Stacy. Thank you for you to be here. And I heard what Laura was saying, and I truly hope that I can take that as a support from you. But just on that note, just to Lori and all the other board member, it's exactly like what you said. We care for the kids, and we want to work together, and that's why we ask you to allow us to work with you, to give us a chance to work with you, to allow us to help. We are here to help, but we felt a little excluded. And also for passing, for the parcel tax, I think a lot of parents here will be willing to really help for the sake of not closing school. And you can see the momentum here, and that's really great for the parcel tax. But just because of that, it seems like there's still chance for the parcel tax not being able to going forward. For example, not passing the survey, not being voted in favor of us. And like what Phillips is saying, then you will go back to consider closing school. So again, here on this note, please allow the community to help. In that case, if the parcel test didn't pass the survey or the vote, please allow the community to help donate 1 year, to buy 1 year time to allow you and us to work together to find out a way that without a tax, we can still not closing school. And don't let us working on the parcel tax and still feeling the burden on the back. Really.
Thank you, Ming Hao. Leslie, could I get 4 more names from you, please?
Yes. Peng Lu, Ian, Kristen Lin, and Li Ping, excuse me.
Okay, so then I see Peng Lu's hand, so can we go ahead and unmute, please?
Peng, if you would try to speak, talking is permitted.
Hi.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Hey, I'm Peng Liu, my host parent. I want to thank the board for keep finding the better solutions with involving the parents and community members. And that said, I'm willing to provide my help with the community and the parents for well, the solutions that we agreed on. But however, I want to point out that closing schools is still in Plan B, as Phyllis just mentioned. I just want to say that's not take Plan B for granted. I still urge board to involve communities and parents to design a great Plan B. Hopefully the Plan B doesn't include any school closure as well, because, well, even if you mentioned this is to close the smallest school first, I, as a parent in CUSD district, I won't say, I don't want anyone to lose their neighborhood school. So I want to work with the community and parents and the board. I want to help, offer my help to avoid closing any school. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Peng. And then let's see, next we had Ian. So if we can unmute Ian next.
Hi, hello everyone. This is for a contingency plan. I'm a Meyerholtz neighborhood parent. Here are some of my questions and concerns regarding the CLIP program and Meyerholtz neighborhood. Since Meyerholtz neighborhood will be kicked out for CLIP to have a dedicated site, while the majority of the CLIP families don't even want to have a dedicated school site. We're having a site for CLIP help on budget saving. You are affecting surrounding neighborhoods because of favoring CLIP for a dedicated site. CLIP is from K to 8. If a dedicated site is so important, please have a dedicated CLIP school from K to 8, and they can go back to their own high school after CLIP program. By doing this, they will not occupy Miller and Lynbrook spots, and neighborhood families will not be affected. Other alternative programs will go back to their own middle schools and high schools. 3 out of 6 scenarios proposed Meyerholtz kids to attend Eaton, Lawson, and Cupertino High to give spots for CLIP programs in Miller and Lynbrook. Eaton and Lawson are 1 to 3 miles away, crossing busy Bollinger and Stevens Creek Boulevard. Is neighborhood student safety beyond CLIP's privilege? The traffic on Blaney Avenue is already bad and it is worsening it. From the both emails response, if you live in a Lynbrook boundary, you can still go there. So our kids will attend Eaton, Lawton, and Lynbrook. In this case, you are forcing our teenagers to say goodbye to their classmates. So CLIP students can be together from K to 12. This is not equality. CLIP needs to, for friends, still high school are considered at the sacrifice our neighborhood's needs. Thank you.
Thank you. And then next is Kristen.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I think a 24 million parcel tax is needed to solve CUSD budget issue. It's also wonderful to hear that we can take a school closure off the table for 3 years. That will navigate the community and the district resources from battle to work together. From DTA memo for the parcel under 10,000 square feet footage, the average is 1930 square footage. I made a simple spreadsheet that 24 million is equivalent to the Fed rate about like $695 or 28 cents per square footage. For the average 2,000 square footage residential house, 28 cents per square footage is equal to $555. Square footage methodology is actually more reasonable for the citizen and also make sure everyone pays the fair share. Although Fremont Union High School District finally choose flat rate, they had a discussion about square footage versus flat rate. Back to 2017, the high school district also had a research shows the square footage tax is a failure than the current fixed amount parcel tax. And interestingly, in their survey, 33% of the renters support the square footage parcel tax. If we make this quick calculation, we can find there is a majority of the parcel tax is come from the parcel under 10,000 square footage. So we can definitely do the survey to see what's their preference and then also bring the awareness. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. And then we go to Li Ping.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Yes, thanks for the opportunity to let me express my my thoughts. I endorse the parcel tax with my whole heart. I'm willing to pay the parcel tax, and I'm willing to communicate with my neighbors, my communities, to support the parcel tax to pass. But I also wonder, like, we should have some backup plan. What if the parcel tax not to pass? So here, I would like to echo Minhao's point. We should please let us help, let the community help, let us donate to buy us 1 year if the parcel tax happened not to pass. So that's one thing. The second thing is, I'm also a mayor host community. I would like to express some of my thoughts for the mayor host issues. It seems like the mayor host closer is not quite related to the financial issues we are talking about. It's because we want equity for the clip, but is it that important that we should have a separate site for clip at this pandemic time? Should we set a high priority for the financial issues? And is it that important we kick out the neighborhood students? I think we with them both together, it's a health site, it's a big site, it's not so to be closed. So one mayor holds. Thank you.
Thank you, Li Ping. And then Leslie, I think I need 4 more names.
You do. I do have one request. If there's an individual in the audience with they did not put their name on it, it's Cloud Edge. If you could please email me so I know who I am looking for in the audience, that would be great. Pam is going to drop my email in the chat, and then I will give you the next 4. We have Leon, Dana Lai, Thuy Park, followed by Sheng Lin.
Okay, so let's see, I see Leon, so let's start there.
Hi, first I want to thank all the board members and Stacy for your hard work. I want to say there's 3 alternative schools in the southeast side of Cupertino district. Basically, 3 alternative schools and the neighborhood schools are competing each other in student recruiting. I suggest the board move 1 alternative school to the northeast side. The northeast side has fewer schools and more students. Alternative school, such as the STEM school, will alleviate the overflow issue there and also improve education quality and help students there. Next, I want to say, I suggest the board also put the parent donation in the picture. I think a parent can donate $4 million a year. That is $250 per student. And last, I want to say, please don't close Mayerhouse Neighborhood School. Since we are focusing on the partial tax and there's no school closing now, I'm not talking too much about it. That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Leon. And then we have Dana.
I am a Mayerhouse neighborhood parent, and I strongly urge against the proposal to close the neighborhood schools and make Mayerhouse a CLIP-only school. A more equitable approach is to close the 3 alternative schools and leave the neighborhood schools intact. We see that the district is proposing to close about 4 to 5 schools in 3 years in case the parcel tax couldn't pass. However, the 3 alternative schools should be the first ones to close. And instead, the district should consider the CLIP neighborhood model to implement in the neighborhood schools. Parents and homeowners pay the property taxes to fund the neighborhood schools, not the lottery schools. The alternative schools were opened in 1980 and 1995. Now, 14 years later, the board has mentioned repeatedly that we have losses in enrollment and budget, and we need to close schools to save our district. The perfect solution to all of this would be to close the alternative schools, instead of even trying to add one with Mayerhouse. It would be beneficial to our enrollment numbers because these students would return to their neighborhood schools. We would not be trying to close the alternative programs. Instead, we could merge them with neighborhood students similarly to how the CLIP programs has existed with Mayerhouse. Most importantly, parents will be more likely to choose the neighborhood schools in their residence area instead of private schools, and they would, along with homeowners, be much more willing and likely to pay for the partial tax plan. Thank you for your time.
Dana, and then we have Tui.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sorry, I had to unmute myself again. Yes,
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Tui Park. I am a parent at the Mayerhouse Neighborhood School. Thank you for listening to our local community. Thank you for allowing us to be a part of the solution. Today, we make great progress. I personally have gone door to door to pass out flyers to raise awareness about school closure in the last month. And you can definitely count on me to going on door-to-door campaign for the new partial tax so that no school has to close. On the partial tax, I request that the district to create a smart and winning strategy because the partial tax is our last chance. Please learn from your lesson. Please be data-driven. Please transparent. Continue to involve the community. Elaborate with the other district with successful partial result. You do have the community momentum, but it does not mean that you can go big recklessly. Please be realistic. Let's not set ourselves up for failure. Plan to win because we cannot afford to lose. I also want to support Stacy's proposal today to consider CLIP having its own site at a different time and in a different scenario. CLIP program having its own site is not solving budget or enrollment issue. Therefore, it should have not been considered now. I heard from the CLIP Town Hall the desire to have their own site. But I also heard from my whole neighborhood town halls the enormous life-changing impacts to lose access to their own local school. I am relieved to hear that you listen and that you agree with the neighborhood community. Thank you.
Thank you, Thuy. Can we please do one more call for Sheng? And if Sheng is, if you're here, if you could raise your hand, and then while we're waiting for that, Leslie, if I could get 4 more names.
Jeannie Zhang, Ava Hugh, Manu, and Somia.
Okay, so I do see Sheng raising a hand now, so let's start there.
Yeah, I'm not very sure it's my name or not. My name is Shuni. So I'm a Marhouse neighborhood parent. And first of all, very touching to see Lori and other board members so caring about our school and children and the whole community. So thank you very much. So let's just put on a stop on any plan to close any school and work on the parcel tax. Glad to see like we're together to working on this because it's pretty clear like if any closure of the school will definitely heavily damage the chance of the parcel tax. If it passed, everybody will be happy and we will have our school unaffected. But if unfortunately it fails, we just want to let you like we still have chances. Like since I attend some previous meetings, like a couple of parents already questioned the enrollment projection. So we might have increasing enrollment instead of the predicted declining one. So we will solve the problem. And we might figure out other ways to put our alternative programs back to the neighborhood school to reinforce our community, like what we are doing in the Marhouse and CNIP together. So I think a majority of the CNIP parents is actually very happy with the current model. I think we're a very good example for the other alternative program back to their neighborhood. That will solve a lot of your headache. So all in all, it's the basic of the community. Attending their beloved neighborhood school is the basic need of our children, and it's your job and our job to make sure our kids get education safely in their neighborhood. So if that's what the board member is considering to do, then our parents will happily on board to work on this parcel tax. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Shenglin. And then apologies for the name if that was my, I think that was my error, so apologies. So then I think we have Jeannie or Jenny, I'm sorry.
Hi, this is Jenny. So I'm from Marhouse CLIP program. I would like to talking about 2 points. First, I understand that nowadays the board do take the Marhouse and the CLIP as 2 completely separate school, which I'm really upset of that because we only have 1 principal and we have the whole community, 1 PTA all together. And we never feel like we should be treated as 2 different schools sharing the campus. So as the board are deciding the future for this school as 2 programs share the same campus, I would like to Marhouse to be considered as 1 big school together. And we are the 2nd biggest school in the community. And we don't want to be divided, separate from Marhouse versus CLIP. So we call it neighborhood versus CLIP, but we are just 2 programs in 1 campus. I know there's a lot of teachers or the administration perspective saying there's problem or issues to share the campus, but I truly believe that's the administration problem, that's a management problem, and that's something we can solve. There's a lot of school, like private school, they have been shared campus, 2 to 3 schools are sharing the campus. They all can survive together. And I think with 1 leadership, with 1 good leadership, we can be happily together with the neighborhood school, have 2 programs shared together and enjoying the life together. And my last point is I heard a lot about today's plan, about plan A, we're gonna go with a partial tax. Plan B, if partial tax fail, then there are gonna be lots of school to be closed. Of course, nobody liked the plan B. What about plan C? We would like to see if the board are willing or open to the idea to have plan C, which is if in case the parcel tax failed, can we still have opportunity to work with the board to solve the financial problem, to buy us a year, and then working together for a better solution without any school closure? Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. And then next I have Eva.
Hi, good evening.
Welcome.
Hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay. I'm a Meyerhold parent and I do support the CLEAP as an alternative program, but I want my kids to stay in a multicultural environment. So I don't support CLEAP to be on a dedicated site. On the other hand, CLEAP is not as popular as other lottery schools. Just compare CLEAP's waiting list with others. Once CLEAP has a dedicated site, how we can guarantee the enrollment? Give us some solid data and the reliable data. So do you have any plan if there are not enough CLEAP students to support the whole campus in the future? Are you going to merge CLEAP to another school or just tell us the same story as you're saying today? Because of budget or because of enrollment issues, we have to close CLEAP and we need to lease or sell your campus. Actually, this is not help to expand the CLEAP, it is to kill the CLEAP. Some CLEAP teachers or parents are saying that they have conflicts or they have challenges while sharing at school. Isn't it a management issue? Meyerhold always has one principle. If we have good leaders, capable principals, all these difficulties or conflicts should be solved very well. A good leader should be able to cooperate the two programs to make them grow together. So, but last but not least, no school closure, no resuming, even our parcel tax fails. Please work with us. Let's work together to get a better plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. And next is Manu, which I don't see a hand for, I don't think. So then I think we go to Somya and Manu, if you can raise your hand and we'll come back to you next. So Somya, you should be unmuted. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, but it's very quiet.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Can anybody else hear? Is it just my end? No.
No, it's pretty faint for me here.
This is better?
It is. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And today had been a very good progress and more focus is going towards the parcel tax rather than discussing school closure. I'm very grateful for that. You have my support for the parcel tax. The only suggestion that I have here is for the parcel tax is take a number which we can, have a high chance of passing. Don't take a big number just because it will meet all our wants, but take a number which will meet our needs so that it will have a good chance of passing. And you can bring in another parcel if based on how this goes, you can bring in another parcel tax few years down the lane. You can make it in a phased approach. That's all I'm saying. The second question is, yes, what happens if parcel tax doesn't pass, right? That's where Stacy was talking about contingency plan. For this, I really wanted to give you a data point. In Southeast, San Jose West part, we have 4 elementary schools, public schools, and 3 alternate schools. And from these 4 neighborhood schools, there are total 425 kids are going to alternate schools out of all the 4 alternate schools. But if you take just the 3 alternate schools that are there in the South San Jose West, that is McAuliffe and Portal and Cliff, there are 362 kids going. That says something here, right? The more you're closer to the alternate schools, the chances of you sending the kid to that school is more. So please consider this out of the box approach where you integrate the alternate school within the neighborhood and spread it across the district rather than keeping it in one place. Thank you.
Thank you. And then next is Manu. You should be unmuted on our end. Go ahead and try to speak, Manu. It looks like you're unmuted on our end. Manu, you should be unmuted on our end. You can go ahead and speak.
Can you hear us?
There, we can now.
Okay, hello, hi. So this is Paratosh. So I had a question. Firstly, thank you for considering this parcel tax proposal. This is a huge relief for all the parents. And thank you again so much for considering this proposal. A couple of questions I had on that regard was that, so this parcel tax, will this again require the supermajority of 66%? Because the last time I think Jeff was explaining us, there's something like a 55% versus 61, 66. So depending on what, is it always a supermajority that we require for parcel tax, or that number changes based on the amount, or I don't know, is that always, so that is one clarification I would want if somebody could provide us. And the second thing that I want to talk about was that if this parcel tax doesn't go through, then I know we're talking about parcel tax where people are going to pay 600 or something. Can we look into whether the school district can start, I know public education is supposed to be free, but can we have kind of a registration fee kind of a concept where where at the time of registration, even re-enrollment for kids, the parents have to pay some nominal fees of, say, I don't know, like $200, where considering if you have like 19,000 students or 15,000, in 1 year itself, you'll be raising about $3 million. So can that be, I mean, can we look into that if you can have some concept of registration fees? I'm not saying some tuition fees, but a one-time yearly registration fees where you guys will charge that for every single kid. That itself would be a running income in the order of $4 million. So if somebody could look into that, and maybe next time we can have some data if that is doable, or that's strictly not at all, that cannot be considered. So yeah, I would really like to know about that part. Thank you.
Okay, and then Leslie, I think I need some new names from you again.
Sridhar, Jyotsna, Mayank, and Hui Yang. So I see Sridhar.
Great, let's start with Sridhar, please.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
We are, thank you.
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to let me speak here. Hopefully you're able to hear me loud and clear. I respect everyone's time, board's time and their dedicated effort to get over the situation. So let me get to my comments. So I heard, how do we kind of meet the challenge of this fiscal solvency? The board's proposal is to go big, very big, on the parcel tax under these trying circumstances. So first of all, sorry about that. We heard the projections from the consultant with suboptimal level confidence. They need 600 volunteers and all those other stats. I guess we need 9,000 volunteers to succeed. Again, we do not have a real plan B. The plan B is about closing the schools. That doesn't cut anything. I mean, that is not a real plan. You need to consider increase in the support base who has vested interest, and they can be your support group. Today, there is no implication whatsoever of failing to pass the parcel tax on these alternative schools. These, alternative schools have no penalty, no stake in this. If we don't pass the parcel tax, they are going to not have any implications of that. So first important thing is to make sure alternative schools are merged into the neighborhood schools, and that becomes the primary option as one of the options on the contingency plan, so that they have a stake in this and they are willing to then pass the parcel tax. That's my take on this. Thank you for.
Thank you. And then let's see, next I believe is, was it Joshna? Yes.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you. Welcome.
Yes, hi, thank you. So for me, the homeschool is John Muir Elementary. Um, I heard in today's board discussions more than once that if the parcel tax would pass, then we can put off closing school for now. So that means only for now, but you will still consider it. And there is no, obviously, no kind of guarantee. So to me, it seems just a matter of time. We will be most probably in the same facing school closures in a few years. So considering that, many people before me have also mentioned that the alternate schools, the three of the four alternate schools being in the southeast quadrant, giving tough competition to all our neighborhood schools in this quadrant here, which are facing the school closure. So that is making the enrollment less, of course. uh, I want to say that why did the board decide to close? If school closure is the worst thing, it shouldn't happen. But if it is in the contingency plan, then why it start with the home school, the neighborhood school, and why not start with the alternate school? Many people before me again have mentioned consolidating the alternate school with the neighborhood school and spreading them across the district if the site doesn't allow that much space. But if that is not feasible, then unfortunately the alternate school should face the closure, and not the neighborhood school. In my understanding, neighborhood schools are more important to the community. And board, this has been asked before in earlier board meeting. I was hoping to hear the answer from board today to address this, but no one spoke about it. So if board can.
Thank you. And then next is Mayank, I believe.
Yep, I am the next guy in the war of saving the education for the noble cause of mankind. All right. So the parcel tax, right? You guys are bumping up this from 250 to 750, and you're solving this long-term fiscal solvency for just next 3 years. Congratulations, board. Superb decision. Solvency, bailout, getting rid of bankruptcy for just 3 years, and then what? Then again, you'll be in mess in 2024, right? Did someone do the math? $8,600 per student right now in the Cupertino, right? January, Gavin Newsom is cutting out 10%, chops off 13 million. What Satish was also saying, as Jeff was pointing out, 8,600 becomes 7,800 per student. Boom, we are back to crisis, right? Parcel tax, upper end, 24 million, 750. And you, have you done the math with this consideration of this need, which is going to uplift you? Unbelievable. Second, you guys need to send the survey of fixed parcel type versus square foot parcel, which makes really sense so that everybody fares the equality. And third, the low enrollment, which is hanging, is Stacy and every one of you guys keep on banging. Come on, man. How will you solve this low enrollment? The only way is the mess which has been created for last 30 years in this city of Cupertino. What was that? 21 elementary schools and 6 middle schools. Come on. You guys have so much of demand, time to take back and scale it back. You understand what is scaling? Alternate schools merging back into the neighborhood school. That is called co-location, coexistence. Two principals running same from the same premises, boom, problem is solved, enrollment is back in picture, and we are back in business. Thank you. Do consider, look into. Bye.
Thank you. And then I need 4 more names. It looks like we haven't been able to identify Hui in the audience.
Correct. And we're also not able to identify Cloud Edge. So if you want to email me, that would be great. AJ, Lei Shi, Will Zai, and Debbie.
Okay. So I see AJ, so let's start there, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. And thanks for all the efforts from the board. And we really appreciate everything you've done. And you're trying to take school closures off the table for now. We really appreciate it. In the backup plan, I noticed some kinks. That is, in the slide, I saw that the smallest school is going to be closed first. And that actually would create a big snowball effect on the middle schools and the high schools. So we need to have a careful consideration. And CSE has been working on it and has given like 5 scenarios. I don't agree with 4 of them, but I think they're better than just closing the smallest school, because that's an easy decision to make. So some comments on the CAC scenarios. First is are CLIP students going to feed into Miller, or if not, how is Miller sustainable? And I don't see any of the scenarios except for scenario 1 delineating the middle school feeder pattern. So we need that. And in scenario 4, there is zero visibility of maintaining Miller enrollment, and you're combining 3 schools in the Southeast region. I really don't know how that's sustainable. And scenario 5 is completely half-baked. They're proposing close 2 schools in phase 1 and more schools in other phases. So again, I don't want to delve into it. Thanks for the opportunity, and I thank the board.
Great, thank you, AJ. And then next we have Lei.
Hi. First of all, thanks a lot for the presentations. I do feel like we are moving into the right directions. Thank you a lot. And we are not making a rush decision. This is very important. I want to reinstate that basically it is not that as the superintendent says, I think last time we have been notified things the beginning of this year. No, we only know all these 6 scenarios less than a month ago. And if you're making a rush decision, that will be really, really bad. And to echo the previous comment, basically, I also have doubts on CACs. And to me, I know that they did a good job, but to me, I think there's a lot to be desired. For example, 2 other scenarios considering combining Dewars and John Muir together. And they prefer John Muir because it is of a central location. And how could that be? I look at the map and I don't see why John Muir is a central location, not Dewars. They have to provide detailed reasons why they are doing that. And they said, and if we are combining them, there will be new classroom has to be built at other locations. And that costs money. And right now, it seems like for closing schools, we only consider the money that can be generated, but not the money we're going to spend if we are going to close schools. And second thing is that this is a very big decision. And if we are going to make a decision, we need to inform everyone, not only the parents, every household, every voter, and every resident in this school district. And we need to allow time to give them time to think about it and give feedbacks. At least after send out a number of emails, a number of mails to make sure they understand what is going to happen.
Okay, thank you. And then next is Debbie, I believe.
Yeah, hi, board. I appreciate all the staff and board members for your effort in today's session. It's good to learn that no schools will be closed, and the option is, I understand that it will be taken off the table if the parcel tax is passed. This is some news, and there is other news that we see flying around is like, close small schools. Please, no school closure. Let's not be divided on this. Also, focus on alternative schools might put burden on neighborhood schools. So please consider that. Something that I can't stop saying is, in the previous discussions, you were talking about special interests that you are worried about in regards to square foot parcel tax. Please reach out to the community if they have any suggestions to fight this, because it's the community that's going to vote. It's not special interests. Also, you can also add parents into the campaign committee for better ideas and see how you can save costs. I see some of the community members are really good with social media. So might be, we can take their help and see how we can cut costs on campaigning. Who else can be a better advocate, right, than parents on this? My other point is big number is concerning. Can we give a good look into square foot parcel tax is one thing. Can we have a breakdown based on the square foot tax to see, if it goes into the bigger square foot, then might be the amount will be lesser per square foot kind of thing, something like that. Please engage with community to provide new suggestions. Other thing is we can try to be a little conservative on spending the money, differentiate between want and need. I like the idea of bringing in more programs for kids, but campaigning special campuses and all of this, we might need to slow down and take it slow. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, Debbie. And then we have Will.
Hi, dear board member and Stacy. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. I am a Mayor House neighborhood parent. We are all in for the parcel tax. And whatever you want the parents community to do, either it's campaign, fundraising, or survey, I think we are all here to help. And really thanks for giving us this opportunity rather than closing the school. And I also want to take a step back. I think what Phyllis mentioned also makes sense. Parcel tax may or may not pass, right? So can we make a contingency plan here? Please let parents fundraising for plan B. So if tax does not pass, then we would need 1 year to find a way to avoid school closing. Really appreciate it if you can consider that. Next, I would like to read something from Mayor House Elementary website. Mayor House Elementary is the second largest elementary school in Cupertino Unified School District, serving nearly 775 students in kindergarten to 5th grade. In addition to being a neighborhood school, Mayor House is home to the Mandarin Cupertino Language Immersion Program, CLIP. So I would like to see the district treat us as the second largest school together. And I would like to see neighborhood and CLIP come together to share the same campus, learn together, and get the parcel tax passed together. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. And then Leslie, I believe I need 4 more names from you, please.
Debbie Stoddard, Lynn Sun, Lei Wang, and Stephen Fisher.
That's a different way, Lei, correct? On that item?
I believe it is. I will double check that. So why don't we do Debbie, Lynn, Stephen, and I'll check Lei.
Okay, great, thanks. Just want to make sure it's separate, separate people so that we stay on track here. Okay, so Deb, if we can unmute Debbie Stoddard.
Hi, I really want to address the community tonight. I've been a teacher in the district for 25 years. I've spent thousands of dollars on your children out of my salary because there's never enough funding for the items that help me to teach with integrity. So I just want to mention that the board and the district have been very transparent about the deficit budget for multiple years. There is no money. There's no new sources of additional revenue. The board and the district have looked for years for ways to fix the budget. State takeovers for districts is devastating. Our enrollment is declining. There have been no salary increases for employees. The board levers are devastating for students, your children. The community has turned down the previous parcel tax. Teachers are leaving to go to surrounding districts for more pay and benefits. Parents don't want to close school. I don't want 28 to 30 students in my primary classroom. Middle school teachers cannot handle any more students. One nurse covers 1 middle school and 4 elementary schools. We're looking at schools with no tech support, no librarians, no computer labs, no new curriculum, no music, no counselors. We are to the point of no good options. The stakes are high. So what do? We work together. We stop throwing each other under the bus. The community needs a parcel tax. Without this, schools will need to be combined to reduce operational costs. There will be teacher reductions and layoffs because of increased class sizes. Teachers and students will need to do with less, not just a little less, a lot less. The board levers will have a devastating impact on your student. I encourage the board to make the hard choices. I encourage parents to remain engaged in the problem solving, not blaming. It's time for us to look at what is best for the community as a whole. We all have to give a little and we all have to give a lot.
Thank you, Deb. And then next we had Lynn, I believe.
Lynn's hand is up.
Okay. Lynn, you should be able to unmute yourself. You're unmuted on our end.
Hi, board members. My kids all graduated from CUSD. I joined this meeting as a John Muir resident. John Muir is an important part of our community. I heard there is a plan to close John Muir. Now, I know this is called a contingency plan. I have talked with my neighbors on the same street. For those who have adult kids, no grade school kids, we all agreed that we would like to pay parcel tax to support John Muir, and we will say no to parcel tax if John Muir is the closure is part of the contingency plan. The district shall go in the direction of save all schools. Work it out with the community. We have supported the school and we will continue to support our schools. Do not close one school, then another school, then another school. Save all schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. And then Stephen.
Hey there. I'd like to start off today by, again, as always, thanking the board. There's gonna be another long night. There's been plenty of those this year. And for those of you who volunteered to run again this year, you're amazing people. Thank you for everything you do. Speaking tonight specifically as a member of the community, not as a staff member or a union leader. To my fellow community members out there, I'm gonna poorly quote Sherlock Holmes here and say, when you have eliminated the reasonable, whatever remains, however unreasonable, must be the solution. This is not the first time this has come up, anything like this. We have been in a budget crisis since at least 4 years ago. I think it's the first time that the projection was read in every single year moving forward. Before that, this district has never truly recovered from the 2008 financial difficulties, the housing market crash then. And we're about to run into yet another one. Times are going to be tough, and this district has gone through tough times already. Over the last few years, we have gone from plan A through B, probably through G, and I think at this point, we're basically at plan P. The reason why we're considering things as difficult as this, and I give huge credit to the board members for taking these difficult steps. Right now, we are deciding between things that are basically impossible. We have done everything reasonable. At this point, asking community members for, anywhere from what it looks like $500 to $600 for a regular home, that's a huge sum. But at the same time, the other option is closing schools, right? That's really the things that are left on the table. Everything has been done, and at this point, in order to minimize the impact on students, the community, we have a tough choice coming up to see what are we all going to do. And kind of a topic change here, but at the end, we've been talking in a board meeting now for almost 4 hours. I hope that we're all ready to come back and meet in person as schools open up again. and staff and students mix in person. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephen. And then Leslie, did we get confirmation on Lay?
Yeah, the confirmation is it's Layla Wang. So Layla Wang, if you'd please raise your hand.
Okay, and while we're waiting for Layla to raise her hand, can I get 4 more names?
Yes, this is a similar name also, but I did double check. The next one is Lynn Lai or Lynn Lee, L-I. She has not spoken yet, and I do see her in the audience. Atul Apt, followed by Priya Shastri, followed by Julie Chen.
Great, thank you. Okay, and then we do have Layla raising her hand, so if we can unmute Layla.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, welcome.
Oh, hi, I'm Leila Wang. I'm a divorced parent. My daughter is currently attending first grade. I attended the last 2 board meetings and also the divorce town hall meetings as well. I have to say, it's such a relief. I'm so glad we are finally working together on the long-term solution parcel tax instead of closing schools. Thanks for hearing our voice and working together with us. The last few weeks are really a hard time for us. We moved to this neighborhood in May, and before we made the decision to buy this home, actually my husband and I spent a lot of time researching the schools. We chose Duvers because it's relatively small in size and it's in a quiet location away from the busy streets. And of course, because it's one of the top performing elementary schools. We are really proud to be Dover's parents, and my daughter already has a strong bond with her school, even though she's just be here literally for 3 months virtually. She is dreaming of school reopening and meeting with her classmates. However, before she is able to go back to school, we got the school closure news first. It's really like a bomb to our family. You don't know how hard we are working to pay this home. And really school is the only reason we choose to buy a house here. That's why we are protecting it like protecting our own home. I'm very glad to hear you treat the UCSD kids as your own kids. I do believe you treat the UCSD schools as your own home as well. At last, I want to talk about the parcel tax. Oh, looks like I don't have enough time. That's okay.
Thank you, Layla. And then next we have Lynn Lee.
And I'm hoping this is the correct Lynn.
Okay. Lynn, it looks like you're unmuted on our end, so you should be able to unmute yourself as well. Lynn, you're unmuted on our end, so try one more time to unmute yourself on your end, on your Zoom. Okay, so let's take the next one and we'll see if we can help figure that out. Atul, I see next.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you. So thanks, first of all, for giving me an opportunity to speak. So what I wanted to talk about today was the alternate programs. And I think a lot of people here have spoken about this today. Many of us have sent out emails about this, but I think so far we have not got any response regarding this. But basically, the contingency plans are laying out scenarios where there may be some schools that might still be up for closure. And the thing that concerns a lot of people is that none of the alternate schools are actually on the list for either being relocated out of the district or out of the southeast quadrant, or being merged with the neighborhood schools. So I think one of the things that's really hard for everyone to understand is what is so special about the alternate schools, which makes them pretty much untouchable. Neighborhood schools are the primary mode of education for our kids. Alternate schools, as one of the parents had put in one of the meetings, alternate schools are alternate. They are not the primary school. And the way that they're being treated by the board seems to be that they are the primary schools. And so it's completely baffling. And if you notice, there's basically every school south of Stevens Creek is really well represented in these board meetings. You'll probably not find too many schools in the rest of the district even showing up at these board meetings or talking the way that the other parents are. Nobody from the alternate schools probably even knows that this is going on. I wouldn't put it that strongly, but there's probably not a lot of people there that know that this is going on, and this is not real for them. So unless you put alternate schools on the priority list for being relocated ahead of neighborhood schools, I can pretty much guarantee you that there may be people who will actually vote against the parcel tax on a matter of principle, because you have to give us a commitment that the alternate schools will be considered first and neighborhood schools will not be the first in the chopping block, whichever alternate school it is. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, Atul. And then next is Priya.
Hi, this is Priya. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Hi. So I got the survey today from the Cupertino School District about returning to school. That only asked about whether I'm willing to send my kid back to school with all the social distancing protocols. What I would like to see as part of another survey is, now that we have the idea of parcel tax, just a question about, will you be willing to support the parcel tax and vote for it? And the second question should be, if not, then will you be able to donate a certain fixed amount of money till the deficit is over on a yearly basis? So I think that the next survey should collect statistics on how many parents are willing to support the parcel tax and vote for it, as well as the amount of money that they're able to contribute if the parcel tax does not go through. Because I believe that once we have that statistics and that data, we wouldn't have to spend $200,000 for canvassing for the parcel tax and then getting 600 volunteers out there sending out flyers and then be disappointed that it did not go through. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. And then I don't see a hand for Julie. So Julie, if you are intending to speak, please do raise your hand, but I do see Lynn Lee again now. So let's try that again.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Okay, thanks. I'm a parent from John Muir, and I think the school closure topic has been around since last year. And the board and the district may still remember how much resistance there was from John Muir community at the time. Since then, there have been tons of great efforts from the board, the school district, and the parents. And that's probably why we landed here today. From the presentation today, I'm surprised to see that the CUSD will close the smallest school if the parcel tax fails. If I may ask, how was that decision made? Because this approach is not in any of the CAC recommendations. And from what has been presented tonight, passing the parcel tax is the key to everything. I echo some of the previous comments that we are ready to donate and help out at most difficult times and fully support the parcel tax, and we are willing to work with CUSD to talk to our neighbors door to door to convince them under the premise that no school is closed. However, even if it fails, we should come back to the drawing board to discuss the solution, like merging the alternative schools with neighborhood schools instead of picking a neighborhood school to close. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. And I still see no Julie, so let's go ahead and get 4 more names, please, Leslie.
Lily Lee or Lily Lai, L-I, Rohan Kumar, Zi Hui, and Manuela Silveira.
Okay, so I see Lily's hand. Let's start there. And Rohan, Z, and Manuela, if you can all raise your hands, please. Lily, you're unmuted on our end, so go ahead and unmute yourself on your end.
Oh, okay. Hi, this is Lily. Thank you, Laurie. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. So I'm really glad. It seems like temporarily we're off the hook to be closed. By the way, I'm from Dearworth. We already have multiple Dearworth parents. I'm just gonna add to their points. One thing I noticed, like we are asking 24 million, and I want to raise up a couple of questions. First, we have seen a decrease in enrollment in the past several years, about 10%, and we see a similar decline of the teachers' numbers, similar decline. But we see a double-sized staff numbers, and I wonder if we parents can know if we can be more involved if they are essential. Because right now, for example, I like to have multiple servants, one for taking care of my kids, one for cooking, and one maybe for do laundry. But I know I cannot afford it because I don't have the money. And similarly, if we in this district is really on a tight budget, then why we are keep hiring people? Why not hiring the freeze hiring? Why not share the staff and even principals like Maya Host and Clipper are doing? I know one principal will cost us 200K, and that's a lot. And an average of staff member is like 80K. This is not a small number as well. So why we keep hiring people while students are declining? Second question I want to ask is a contingency plan. I think Phyllis says it still will be considering closing school. Then that's very disheartening because all I care and all I stay up to midnight to spoke is I don't want to see any school closed. And then we should instead call, because closing one school is only saving $1.some million. Why not asking for donation from parents? I think we are motivated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I believe, is Rohan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rohan Kumar, and I'm a third grader in Lincoln Elementary School. I'm here today because I have the honor of being elected to the Student Council this year, and one of my responsibilities is to represent the students because we need a voice. When I heard our school could be closed and I asked what was the reason, I was told you have not enough money. I'm ready to give all the money I have in my piggy bank if that can save Lincoln. Where can I give my money? Even a little, I can help. I have been a student in Lincoln since kindergarten. I don't want my school to close. I don't want any school to close. I am a kid and I trust that the grown-ups will do everything to save our schools. Please, let's work together. We need to get the money. I have participated in rallies with parents and kids of other schools to make everyone in Cupertino see what is happening and the problem we are facing. I will knock on doors if that helps. We can do it together. My teacher, Miss Nastari, teaches us to spread kindness around like confetti. Miss Cropper, principal, says kindness is very important and we have to be kind to each other. We need everyone in the community to listen to our voice. Closing school is not kind, ever. Please, when you are thinking that what is the best way to fix the problems, remember, just like in math, you could solve a problem in different ways. With taxes or not taxes, please always save our schools. You are elected to represent us. With this honor comes a lot of responsibility. We are listening to you. Well, do you promise to listen to us? I'm here today to tell you, remember us, the students, always. Our future is in your hands. I'm a Lincoln leopard. Remember our voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohan. Okay, and then next we go to Zihui.
Hello, this is Zhi Hui. Hello,
Welcome.
I'm a
I'm a my host parent. I'm also against the idea of CLIP on a dedicated site. Right now, the CLIP, together with neighborhood, is the role model of the whole CUSD that should apply to other programs. My daughter is in neighborhood program, and she has lots of friends from CLIP. My host as a United School is a very good, healthy environment for kids to grow up. Kids have the science fair together, kids hold the drama together, and kids celebrate the holidays together. The impression of CLIP parents willing to have a dedicated site is like an illusion. It's only from few parents, very few parents. It can be clearly shown from last so-called CLIP town hall. There is only 1 to 2 parents showing up there in favor of the whole town, favor of that idea of dedicated site in the whole town hall meeting. That clearly showed that the idea of dedicated site is not supported by CLIP community themselves. Also, as identified in the town hall, whatever the problem CLIP met is an admin problem. A lot of us work in big companies. If different business units have some conflicts, are you going to just have the business unit divided? I guess instead you would question and replace the leadership team. So for the coming 1 year, even if the partial tax fails, let's take closing school off the table from Plan B as well. Parents are willing to donate and buy 1 year's time to work out a better solution. Community has just been able to join in and engage in. Our creativity this time to draw to optimal solution without school closure. Our condition will change as time goes by. As we all know, the only thing that will not change in the whole world is change. Like last week, my host neighborhood and CLIP are still happily functioning as 2 programs in 1 school. Then 1 week later, we are called 2 different schools. So things could change. We may have the enrollment going up as way more project comes up, and we can have more trust in the board if they don't close school. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Zihui. And then let's see. And next we have Manuela.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm speaking tonight in favor of the alternative schools, and I'll begin by saying that I'm deeply saddened by the aggressiveness heard in some of the comments tonight, as if the alternative schools are not worthy of their existence. We will not get anywhere by throwing each other under the bus. We are all equally members of the CUSD community. So I will begin by saying that our alternative schools are far more than just a curriculum that can be taught at any shared school or with teachers spread across multiple schools. The pedagogy is built on the consistency of experience as a student progresses through the grades. Unified teacher curriculum alignment and collaboration across an entire school staff is fundamental to this progress. Equally important are shared activities between grade level classes and school-wide activities. Full immersion requires consistency across all learning moments, not solely in the classroom. This includes PE, music, art, visits to the library, playground interactions, and so many other aspects of what makes up a school day. It also involves stewardship of the campus based on uses of this space that are deeply rooted in the learning philosophy of the school. With 2 schools running in parallel on the same site, these opportunities for immersion are easily lost. There are no indications of declining enrollment in our alternatives programs. All 4 have long lists of families waiting and hoping for admission. These schools drive interest in our district beyond our boundaries and bring families to Cupertino. They also address the issue of churn to private schools as they offer choice to parents seeking different experiences for their kids. Eliminating these schools or diluting them between sites would not translate to these families enrolling in other CUSD schools. They would likely look for options outside of the district, which would further impact the general decline in enrollment. Finally, I'd like to raise awareness to the fact that students at the alternative schools do not have the benefit of being neighbors to their peers. Therefore, it is important to them to have opportunities to.
Thank you, Manuela. And then Leslie, I believe I need 4 new names from you.
Jeannie Zhang, Ming Shen, Mooney, and Yingzhu, Yingxue.
Okay. So I don't see Jenny yet. So Jenny, Ming, Mooney, and Yingzhu or Shu, sorry if I mispronounce. Could you all please raise your hands? Okay, so Jenny.
I do not see Jenny.
Okay.
So let's do Ming Hao Shen.
I thought Ming already spoke in the beginning on this one.
I will double check that. Let's go to Mooney.
Okay, Mooney.
You think so?
Good evening, board and the superintendent. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to impress upon you about 3 items that we should focus on for long-term solvency of CUSD. I don't have kids in CUSD, but I care about our schools, as this is the best gift we can give to our kids. Let's get enrollment down to the levels our tax base can support without relying on the state for funding. This is happening naturally. Declining enrollment is not unique to CSD. Every school district is facing it. So why are we in crisis? It's because we are depending on state. So we need to change that. Let's get the staffing levels to what it was when we had 16,000 kids. Reduce the expenses in line with the needs. No need to operate like a big government. Right size it as a private enterprise would do. Increase the revenue by replacing archaic parcel tax with square foot based tax. Please don't try to pass a bloated flat parcel tax. It will fail. I will oppose it too. I reluctantly voted for Measure O, but will not do it again if you bring back similar measure. I'll support and campaign for square foot based tax, which is equitable. We cannot allow large apartment complex owners profiting on our backs. I'm sure they're charging $500 more per month per apartment because of great schools. We should not let them get away with paying just $250 for 100 units of apartments combined. This is a classic example of privatized profits, socialized costs. We will not support it. Ask yourself, who you are serving, the community or the Chamber of Commerce. If it's a community you care about, go with square foot based tax and fix it once for all. Berkeley has done it with the 86% voter support. I'm disappointed that none of you mentioned it. With appropriate exemption for seniors, as we do with parcel tax, they will support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mooney. And then
So Lori, it is Ying Su Feng is the next speaker, and you are correct. Ming Xiao has spoken on this item.
okay, so then so we only allow each person to speak once on each item is the protocol. So okay, so then let's go to Ying Su.
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak here. I'm a mere parent, and my older one attends the 2nd grade, and my little one will attend K next year. So as far as as everyone knows, mere parents have been fighting against the closing schools since last year. Currently, as far as I know, people in the Bay Area are talking about our Cupertino School District closing schools, and I know people who previously intended to move in our area now decided to go somewhere else or plan to send their kids to private schools because they have concerns about possible school closure in our district. I want to reinforce the opinion that closing schools should be the very last resort. I feel that if I feel it will like people will lose confidence on the public schools because they feel that the CUSD can close schools as they like and good teachers leave. So I think, and also the closing schools will also greatly hurt our children's feelings. So please don't close our schools. And of course, we will help you to overcome the difficulties. And also, just now I was very shocked because I see that there is a contingent plan to close the smallest school, which means John Muir, because John Muir, as far as I know, is the smallest school so far. I feel that it's kind of unfair because as I know that there were cases like people who kids who wanted to register Muir before was sent to other schools like Blue Hills, or maybe my data is not correct. So I feel it's unfair that like the CUSD does not help Mir maintain students.
Thank you, Yingshu. So Jenny, we have not identified Jenny. So Jenny, if you're here to speak, then can you please raise your hand or send your screen name to staff in the email for Leslie that's posted in the chat so that we can find you. And otherwise, I think I need 4 new names.
Sonali Padagongkar, Ling Kwan, Deepika, and Bill Bruns.
Okay, so Sonali, Ling, Deepika, and Bill, please raise your hands. And I see Sonali, if we can unmute Sonali, please.
Hi, Laurie. Thank you so much. I have 3 points I really want to make today. Point number 1 is as we are gearing towards the parcel tax, we need to really look at why not square footage tax, as we all know that apartments send continuous stream of kids to our school systems, and they are paying just tax for just one parcel, whereas single family homes stop sending kids to the CUSD and still they pay $250. Right now I'm paying that much and I'm willing to pay more, but I really want to know why not square footage tax. And as you were really emotional, and I'm very happy that you have showed us that you all will support us with us, go door to door and do canvassing and campaigning for square footage tax. Let's do it, and let's actually be the David to the Goliath of whoever is going to oppose the square footage tax. And let's do it because that has more probability of passing. The second thing I really want to talk about is, as Muni said, we have to become a basic aid district. If not, we have to take an exemption from this, the whatever formula they are using. And if we can get some kind of exemption so that we can use the property tax that we get, and then whatever is remaining give out to the community, to the other school districts, because we are paying so much property tax and we are in this unique position of not having enough money for our school district. And the third thing I want to make is we should have one more team looking into the contingency plan as we gear up to this next step. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonali. And then next is Ling. I think, yes, Ling Q.
Hi, can you hear me?
And welcome.
Thank you. I'm a Lincoln parent. I want to share a couple moments I experienced since we learned about the possibility of school closure. My son is a first grader who overheard a scenario of closing Lincoln School, and he asked me why people want to close his school. I told him that the school district was short of money. He didn't say anything and just went to his home. When I checked later, he was holding his piggy bank and he was hesitating quite a bit, but he finally told me he was willing to contribute some tooth-fairy money to the school district. It really made me sad to see a kid trying hard to save the things they love and cherish, while we as a grown-up cannot come up with a better solution and keep them from being worried. The reason I want to share this is to urge you to really consider the impact of school closure on currently attending students. They are in the center of this upcoming change, and we cannot simply assume they are resilient and they will be fine. If there's a list of factors in your decision making, please consider the real impact on attending students rather than the inaccurate CAC projection on future enrollment. The other thing I want to share is about what I've seen in the past few weeks by participating in some efforts to save Lincoln School. A number of kids were in the car rally to fight for their schools or gathering along the street to get the voice heard. A lot of parents volunteered to distribute flyers, yard signs, and spread the news out of their very busy daily schedule of working from home. Many neighbors, some in their 50s or even 70s that used to be Lincoln students were so shocked to hear about the news and ask how they could help. The more I saw, the more I realized the school is not only a school, it's a bond for the entire community. It's a shared memory of several generations. It is a place where a lot of people, even after graduation, want to visit to reflect on the good days they used to have as a kid. It takes years to build such a bond and sense of belonging, and we cannot afford to let it go. Please do not rush to a decision.
Thank you, Ling. And then I believe we go to Deepika next.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk. I've been listening to these board meetings over the last few weeks. Prior to that, unfortunately, I was not as active as I should have been. But I think this kind of school closure issue has brought in a whole community together. And it's wonderful to see that happening. But we are coming together to fight for a very big problem. And it's so unfortunate. There's like a huge amount being posed in front of us. I think we will all rise to the challenge. But of this 28 million parcel tax, that seems to be sort of like a deal that needs to happen for school closures to not happen. While I'm really thankful to all the people who are involved in taking the school closures off the board right now, the parcel tax amount seems a little bit daunting, but I'm hoping it'll really succeed. However, I just wanted to go back to the alternative. Please do not close schools. They are the gems that are feeding into the great high schools that we have around this area and the whole community and to the whole nation as well. This heritage has been passed on to us by communities that came before us. A lot of hard work from teachers, students, staff, and parents, and everyone around this area. Please do not close them. Please give chance, not just one chance of parcel tax, but several chances in different ways, different ideas for the community to raise money and help this whole school district and the entire set of students. Not one school, but all the schools together. So also one thing, currently only a part of the schools district seems to be involved. Please give us some alternative options so that the entire school district is motivated in passing this parcel tax. We really owe it to the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deepika. Next is Bill Bruns.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Thank you. I used to be a parent of a student in Cupertino, but I'm not any longer. My son already went through elementary and middle and high and college, but I still support the parcel taxes. And I think you've heard from several other people who mentioned people who could opt out but haven't. I think you'll find there's a lot of support. I also want to say that there are a number of people who've said something about this is not new, but they're talking about the budget problems, and school districts always talk about budget problems. People close their ears. So this is really new that you're talking about, to the whole district at least, about closing schools. That's only been in the last month or two that I've heard about that, and a lot of us have only heard about it then. I'm kind of surprised about the repeated idea of declining enrollment, because we know that there's already been new construction, new residential construction just north of Stevens Creek next to Valco, and there's going to be additional residential construction at Valco. So hope you'll address that at some point. About the alternative schools, Manuela had a good point about that, had a good discussion on that. You can't just merge them. They operate on a different philosophy. Be very careful about what you do with them. Let's see. Please focus on not closing schools. You keep talking about adding people, and don't do that.
Thank you, Bill. And then Leslie, I believe I need more names from you.
Yixue, Yixue,
Thank you.
Pinar Bailey, Jing Li Wang, and Myron Lee.
Okay, so Yishu, Pinar, Jingli, and Myron, if you can all raise your hands. And I see Yishu, so let's start there, please.
My name is Yixue. Do you
Welcome.
hear me? Okay. My
Welcome.
name is Yixue. I'm a parent from Jomia and Dealworth community. I don't think school closure is a sustainable solution for long-term physical solvency. Currently, it's said one school closure could save 1.3 million, but 900K out of the 1.3 million is estimated leasing income. If the leasing is not successful, only 400K saving on site cost. Such small saving doesn't justify the long-term huge impact to students, family, and community. The district always said school closure should be the last resort. While the district plans for new parcel tax, could the district also investigate the millions of salary and benefits on extra FTEs that Suda asked earlier on behalf of Liang? Could the district reduce unnecessary positions there, which could save more money? Secondly, it said that the smallest school will be closed first if parcel tax won't pass. It's easily make us think about Mu. However, I think it's unfair to Mu. In the past 2 years, there were obvious signs of manipulation in Jomia's K enrollment. All the parents' recruiting effort was wasted. Also, as another speaker said earlier, no school is too small. Let's keep all the schools. Every school is valuable to our kids. If parcel tax won't pass, let's work together to find other solution rather than school closure for the budget crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. And then next is Pinar.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you very much all for your efforts to bring the CUSD to fiscal stability. I fully support the parcel tax. I think we should all work as a community to get it passed. I committed to volunteer for this effort and connected with Dan via email. I don't want to jump too far ahead, but my comments are about what the district should do with the funds if we succeed. We should all agree that CUSD should consider the needs of all students when considering to fund programs and resources. Looking at the staff presentation, I see that the district is planning to use the parcel tax funds to target some additional resources to remedial measures for students performing below curriculum standards. This is certainly a need, but the district should also consider the needs of high achieving and gifted students as well. The district currently has no idea as to how many gifted students are enrolled at CUSD. The currently available resources do not meet the needs of these students. They're often offered only apps as supplements, but no instructional or interactive resources to provide them education and challenges at their level. Apps do not take the place of instruction by a teacher or classroom discussion. After-school programs are not a replacement for education that schools should offer to students. CUSD should consider programs that would allow meeting the needs of these students in a targeted and thoughtful manner. CUSD is a high achieving district with a high proportion of students at the higher end of the spectrum. It should commit to offering to each student the opportunity to have one whole year of learning starting at their level. As is, these students are leaving public schools to special private schools. One of my son's classmates just did, and he's only in second grade, but this is only possible when their parents' resources allow it, which adds another level of educational inequity. Please consider using parcel tax funds for programs equitably, keeping in mind the needs of all students. Thank you.
Thank you, Pinar. And then next is Jingli. There you go.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay. I'd like to thank the board and Cupertino School District for tackling this difficult problem, listening to our feedback, and coming up with viable options. Many of the things I wanted to say have been said much better by other speakers before me, such as having a plan C Do not closing any schools, and let parents work with you and for you. I just want to add like maybe one more suggestion to the school district and the board. There is a groundswell of support surrounding the parcel tax measure. I urge the district capitalizing on this goodwill and momentum to ensure long-term financial solvency for a great school district. I suggest school boards should provide better message and more transparency in communicating to residents. For example, right now there's a lot of information swirling around, distracting us from the right course. I want to emphasize that I don't think these misinformation was created based on malice or ill will, but rather because a real message from school district is not clear. So I can give you some examples. For example, one theory is school district will be closing one school regardless of parcel tax status, so you can sell the land to property developers. Another one is a school district has too many non-teaching staff, and your FTE has actually increased between 2014 to now, despite the enrollment decline. I think school district needs to communicate clearly, defend itself strongly and rigorously with real data. And I believe you have data to back you up. So really, most importantly, communicate clearly that no school will be closed if the parcel tax is passed, and work with the parents to ensure this does not happen. This will unite instead of dividing residents in different neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And then we have Myron. Myron, you're unmuted on our end, so you need to go ahead and unmute yourself on your end.
Can you hear me now?
You can. Welcome.
Okay. Hi. So I'm a parent. I just want to say that I'm disappointed to hear some of the parents, other parents are talking about blaming CLIP for budgeting problems and school allocation issues, right? We're here to save schools, right? Like, I don't want to pitch, like pit one school after another, and think about how do we solve these shrinking budget problems and understanding how these fixed costs issues with keeping schools open impacts the budget, right? And we also have to keep in mind that alternative schools is a concept that actually helps pull students into the school district rather than take them out. So if you try to merge them together, and you're going to basically kill it because the philosophy on how they're being taught are actually very different, then you're going to actually end up making the problem worse, right? Because there are other Chinese immersion programs along the Bay Area, including San Francisco and San Mateo, right? So with that in mind, right, like I want to keep in mind that Cupertino is one of those small handful of cities in the Bay Area that's known to have good schools. So I want us to kind of keep that in mind when we're thinking about how we, handle these budgeting issues, right? So closing schools, losing programs, paying teachers and administrative support staff less is actually going to be super problematic down the line when we decide to do that. So let's go back to the parcel tax. So sorry for speaking so fast. So I think the $24 million parcel tax, I think it's too much of a Hail Mary, right? So I think you need to somehow diversify that approach. So I recommend probably a smaller parcel tax in which you send part of the messaging that the parents are also pitching in, right? Like it's getting the donations, creating these pre and after school programs that you can charge for to help, working parents bridge time gaps and so forth, as a mechanism, as a selling mechanism to pass a smaller parcel tax as we go, right? So yeah, so I guess with that in mind, hey, I actually made it. Thanks.
Thanks, Myron. And then Leslie, can I get 4 more names?
Xiaohu Yang, Min Shen, Suda, and Gopal. And I think I need to double check Min Shen. So let's start with Xiaohua.
Okay. Xiaohua, you're unmuted on our end, so go ahead and unmute on your end. And then Suda and
Yeah,
Gopal.
hi.
Hi,
Yeah.
welcome.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak here. So first, I want to thank you, the board, for making this new decision so that the community can work together with you to fund our district. I have been following the district funding for over a year. I live very near Jomur, and my kids go to Clip and one still in Mayor House. So I want to say also in commenting to some of the earlier very concerning comments about alternative schools. I believe, based on my own experience, alternative schools are very attractive in the sense that they provide quite a bit extra beyond a common neighborhood school. If we lower our education system by removing the alternative schools, I don't think that's a benefit for Cupertino as a whole, because we are going to lose more students to private. So I think the goal here is really to get students into our district from the private school by providing special value, or I guess now with COVID, try to decide when we have physical in-school education versus virtual. I'm aware you and myself have considered sending kids to private just because they have open schools now. So I think that's, but I think as time goes on, this is probably more and more a subject for people to consider as well. So I think as a whole, we really need to make our schools, all the schools, as many schools as better as possible, instead of reducing them all back to the old way. So I think I'm using up my time. Thank you again.
Now I'm unmuted. Thank you, Xiaohua. And then we have Suda.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, this is Sudha Kasamseri. I want to start off applauding Rohan from Lincoln for his powerful speech. Thank you, Rohan, for staying up this late to speak up your mind. Thank you, board, again, for deferring the decision of school closure till May. We are all very happy. Thank you, Dan and Connell, for being transparent and letting us know about the opposition organizations for square footage model approach. Appreciate that. I heard that there is a concern about businesses supporting square footage model, but a parcel rate set to as high as $750 might not get the needed support from parent community. From my conversations with the community, that number is important. I like the idea of proving that we can win before you implement, and from the slides, seems like we are counting on parent voters. On that front, when you send the survey, I request the board to include in the survey about support for square footage as well for parents to give their input. We are absolutely ready to work with you to whatever it takes. Please make us equal partners in decision making. We are smart and we can take it. Another comment, since we are getting the commitment from parents ahead of time, and if they support square footage, hopefully all the social media campaigning from those invested opposition organizations wouldn't matter, and we will achieve what we want. Thank you once again for the opportunity.
Thank you. And then next is Gopal.
Hi, can you hear me, Lori?
We can. Welcome.
Excellent, thank you. I thank for the district staff in understanding the community outcry so far in coming up with these options and providing the community to have a seat at the table. While I understand the district staff worked actively after our asks, I still think that coming up with only one option of 24 million parcel tax is pushing something forcibly through our Sorry, it says that I got another pop-up saying that unmute. Hopefully you can still hear me.
We can. It looks like
Yeah. Yeah, I really wonder what is the actual dollar amount is needed to solve the current budget problem. So, so let's come up with that number. Let's not ride on this wave to add more weight, as it will sink, which is not of no use to anyone. What I heard about the square feet parcel tax is that there will be a state level intervention opposition, and I want the committee to educate the community so that we know how to handle those money powered organizations. It looks like a fear of unknown, and let's get the data out, please, because we are data people and we are to be driven by data. Community came together like anything in the last few weeks and can raise up further to go against those flashy TV ads, flyers, because none of those can come in front of our passionate conversation with the community members to support what we need. Finally, I really appreciate many of you saying now that you love the community and kids, but that was not the tone we heard earlier. So I want to make sure that all our questions and frustrations are not against you as a person, but the actions you fail to take on our plea. If you have to do this type of outcry, petition, car rally every time to share our feedback, you're sending a message to the community that every time we need to do this one. And that relationship won't last long with the damaged trust. Hope together we can collaborate as long as the board listens to us with open mind without any bias. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I think we've identified Min Shen is a different speaker. So
So we're looking for Min Shen, M-I-N.
okay, and then Leslie, why don't you give me 4 names while we're waiting to see if Min Shen identifies him or herself.
Ashish Patakar, Linda Sell, Ranjith, and Sukma.
Okay, so if Ashish, Linda, Ranjit, and Sukma could raise your hands. Let's see, and I don't see Ashish yet. So let's go to Linda.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can, welcome.
Hi, my name is Linda Sell, and I've been a volunteer on 3 successful parcel tax in CUSD history on the leadership committee. So I fully support parcel tax and this parcel tax because I believe that the kids and our households are our homes are some of the most important things that we have in our lives. So I believe that parents and the community will support that. The average house in CUSD is worth $1 to $2 million. A 1% decrease in the home value is $100,000. So a small parcel tax, even 500, whatever the amount it becomes, is small compared to the home value in our children's education. The other thing I had was an idea was you have 200K for a flat rate campaign. If if you decided to do the square footage version, then since you're right sizing, the parcel tax to the need, right size the campaign costs to the kind of opposition that you might foresee. The opposition from a special interest might show up as 100K to speak to all the over 32,000 voters, not just the parents that negative campaign will go at. That will be mailers to the whole community, that will be social media to the whole community, that will be polling to target a negative campaign. So that is what you have to be ready for in an all-out campaign against special interests. The other thing.
Thank you, Linda. And then let's see, we don't have Ashish with us anymore. So then we're going to go to Ranjit.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can, welcome.
Hi, thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk here. One thing I noticed that we are targeting only the neighborhood schools. Why? What is so special about these alternate schools? And also, can you share the data on expenses per school basis? I've seen only the yearly expenditure as a total of all the schools as a district as one. I would like to understand how much of money is spent on alternate schools, small schools, and big schools. And to be frank, neighborhood schools are the fair chance for everyone in the community. And taking away a neighborhood school and leaving an alternate school is not fair. Otherwise, would you guarantee to every alternate school for the neighborhood school that is taken out, the parents get to choose? Also, people have brought up this point that alternate schools are the real reason the CUSD is famous. I'll tell you, when I bought the home, I didn't even know about the alternate schools. All I came here for the good school district and CUSD. And I didn't even know which schools among the school districts were good or not. And I can tell you that 10 of my friends who are bought home in this community did the same thing. And trying to co-locate an alternate school with a neighborhood school can reduce the operating costs considerably. So think of that instead of saying the philosophy is different and alternate schools need to be treated like a special child. Thank you.
And then Sukma.
Hi, yes, I'm Sukma, and I'm speaking up about. I would like to say that I'm rooting for the parcel tax to pass, and if we are serious though about passing the parcel tax, then we need to be careful about the amount that we ask. Like Sylvia said, we are asking for all voters, not only parents, to vote. So. And we should focus on what the district needs instead of what we want, what the district wants. So I agree with Jerry and Satish that the $24 million looks high to me, as it seems to also fund potentially nice to have projects such as, for example, the renovation of Nan Allen, which is a site in CUSD. The risk of not passing the parcel tax is closing schools, which is not something that we want. And I hope the board members, I know I hear Lori, I'm so touched by your emotion. And I'm sure, you know, if that school is actually your school site or, you know, whoever we live in a community, and if it is your neighborhood site, it is, you can imagine how it feels like your children that's going to be affected. So I hope you guys also imagine that for all the parents who would be losing their neighborhood schools. And that's why I'm also rooting for the parcel tax to pass. So and one more thing, per Jeff's slides, the parcel tax covers 8 years. I'm wondering why the parcel tax that are going to be for 8 years, we are only abstaining from school closure up to the year 2024 per Stacy's slide. If someone can clarify that, that would be good. And then the last thing is that footage for the parcel tax is the fair way despite the pushback. Shouldn't we be doing the right thing instead of the seemingly easy thing? I'm convinced that actually informing the voters will be a successful one. So I'm curious to know why we are insisting on a fixed parcel tax. Thank you.
Okay, I think I need 4 new names. Thank you.
Venkant Raghunathan, Jane, Ying Zen Duan, Hoy Yergera, and the last one for tonight is Sri, S-R-I.
Okay. So then Venkat, Jane, I can't read my own handwriting. I think it's Ling, Hoy, and Shri.
It's okay, it's Ying Zen.
Thank you, Ying. Sorry guys, it's been a long night. Okay, so Venkat, Jane, Ying, Hoy, Shri, if you can all raise your hands, please. And I see Shri at the top of the hand raised list, so if we can go there, please.
Hello, I'm audible?
Yes, you are. Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you. Laurie, we hear your passionate appeal for securing CUSD's financial stability. Closure of schools may affect as many as 2,000 families, and you're appealing to us to take one on the chin for greater good. By not calling out questionable CAC scenarios and instead focusing on the broader appeal, we get an impression that the 2,000 families have to accept even things like unsafe street crossing for the larger good. Let's say we accept that. But in the same tone, you as part of the board keep insisting that CLIP needs to get the luxury of its own site, that CLIP needs more room to grow, all of which will incur more cost to the district. You're trying to address an inconvenience of shared site while forcing 2,000 families into a devastating situation. Do not rob Peter to pay Paul and expect Peter to respond to your appeals. And Lori and Sylvia, your passion aside, until you take CLIP dedicated site off the criteria list, your budget concerns will continue to be under cloud. If cost savings are as important as you state, then show it by making cost savings, and only cost savings are the focus of the sustainability plan. If administration would like to continue with the contingency planning, then I would urge you to please reconstitute CAC or at least expand to ensure equitable representation. I know Meyer Holz is not represented. Remove CLIP dedicated site as a criteria for continued work by CAC or any other group that might work on it. You may always include CLIP dedicated site in other non-budget proposals, maybe have a plan for alternate schools, right? Please do not poison the critical budget conversations impacting 2,000 families with something that has nothing to do with the budget. Thank you.
Lori, can I interrupt for a moment? I did forget one speaker who had their card in time. So I'm going to ask Jean Shu also to raise his hand.
Okay, great. I'll add Jean to my list at the end. Okay, so then, so I still have, I don't see Venkat, so then we go to Jane.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to comment on the parcel tax. I realize there is a large group who wants a square foot tax, but I don't see it passing here, and I'll share why. In other communities, apartment owner unions have told their tenants that if a square foot measure passes, their rents will go up, and therefore they encourage all their renters to vote no. While we would all like large parcel owners to pay their fair share, I don't know if it's a risk we should take. The experts who made the presentation tonight said that the flat tax has a higher chance of passing. So isn't that what we should do? If people choose not to support a flat parcel tax because they prefer a square foot tax, I hope they can justify why they vote no on providing extra funds for schools. It's disappointing to hear parents threaten to vote no on the parcel tax if they don't get what they want. I hope they will reconsider their stance. Let's stop talking about what the parents need and instead focus on what our children need. Ask students if they want extra librarians, if they want extra programs and resources. I'm sure they'll say yes. You heard Rohan earlier. Isn't what our kids want more important than if a parents want a flat tax or a square foot tax? I think the most important thing the consultant said is that we need to come together as a community. We need to stop the infighting and the rumors and the secret plans and the misinformation and solely focus on getting a parcel tax passed. Parents, I ask you all to pledge that you will do whatever it takes to pass a parcel tax. We know what will happen if it doesn't pass. Let's do this.
Thank you. And then next we go to Jean.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Oh, thank you. I am a John Muir parent. If school closure is taken off the table completely, which apparently you are, I will vote yes for a parcel tax in 2021. I will also encourage my neighbor within CUSD to vote yes. But if your contingency plan is to close the smallest school first in 2021, if the parcel tax fails, that means John Muir will be closed. Then the district doesn't have my trust. If I cannot trust the district and board, I will vote no on a future parcel tax. And I will go door to door to explain to people why they should also vote no as well. I sincerely ask the board not to close any school, and that includes John Muir. Stacy's presentation shows closing the smallest school in 2021 if the parcel tax fails. That makes me feel angry. Closing the smallest school alone in the first year is not fair and wrong. Even the CAC never suggested closing John Muir. How could you start to cutting smallest school first? John Muir became a small school because of the mismanagement of the district and uneven support from the board. The John Muir preschool is licensed for John Muir only. Moving to another school incur extra cost. Your decision is not just wrong, but also doesn't make financial sense. Closing a single school, especially a neighborhood school, just do not make sense, does not make sense, both physically and logically, unless there's something that the board and the district are not telling us. If we
Thank you. And then next is Ying, which I believe we have a hand raised for Ying.
Yes, we do. It is Rochelle Dwan.
Oh, hi, I just unmuted. Thank you for having me speaking today. I'm Ying Zhen. I have two children at grade 2 in Zhangmei. This has not been a new problem for us because we have been voicing our concern and disappointment way before COVID started. So now I heard that Zhangmei is again on the table to be closed as like the first school to be closed. I think to raise parcel tax is a good idea if this plan can be sustained. I hear a lot of good ideas. Yes, extra programs for the children, extra librarian for the children. But if we cannot even keep the school existent, how we plan for more resources for the student? I like to hear more about plan from the board. How can we save money and we can find new money with parent support? If a school is closed, and I like to hear what the school will become and how the board will plan to use the land. Is it going to be used for high density housing or affordable housing? So this is the parents' concern. Thank you. And I like to have an answer.
Thank you. And then I believe our last speaker is Hoy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. I think based off of the presentation, it looks like the board is leaning towards taking closure of the schools off the agenda, at least for now, I think. I think that should be made more clear as a communication out from the board, I think, because even after the presentation and the tilt towards going towards a parcel tax, we are still hearing a lot of parents within the community feeling angst against school closures. I think this is the time to make a decision and say, okay, all our energies will be focused towards parcel tax. I think that clarity should come out so that all the community can get together and put the energies towards the parcel tax. On the parcel tax itself, there was a question, I believe, by Sylvia in terms of what is the research or what is the basis for saying that there will not be enough support for the square footage tax. I think we should hear a little bit more around the thoughts from the consultant and the people who are knowledgeable about this to say why one would work and why one would not work. I think based off of some of the feedback from the community, I think we should know what really is the right thing to do here and put our energies towards it. The other part is, I think we should probably start having a lot more town halls around these discussions. It feels like talking to a wall when within this framework where we have questions and we talk, but there is really not an opportunity for the board to respond. I think that's something I would suggest that the board should look at as we move further down this path. Thank you.
Thank you, Hoy. Leslie, just checking in. So any cards that came in after we started this item will be forwarded to the board for comments that were included with them. But we've made our way through all of the cards that had come in prior to when we started taking comment. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So Stacy, I think I'll probably go back to you before I go to my board members. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, if I can ask for the board, as they've heard in the considerations from the presentation, a couple of the pieces that I think that I've pulled out already is really that need to come back with the 24 million more itemized as to what that really would consist of and how that would be supported for the district's needs and align it with our strategic plan. And also, I think probably providing some clarification on providing the school choice zone. What does that really mean, and how would that look moving forward? And so happy to bring that back as well. And any further information or questions that I can answer, or something that we can bring back for our next meeting, which will be next Thursday.
Okay, let's whip it around here. So Jerry.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so I think that plan makes sense, Stacy. So I have a punch list of information that would be helpful, I think, in furthering the discussion. So first of all, I think Phyllis had brought up a point of asking for directions for the parcel tax committee. I would just say, for my part, I certainly would be supportive to go ahead with that. So that would be my 1 vote out of 5. My one suggestion right now is I've heard a lot from community members that have been supportive of this and wanting to know how they can get involved and how they can join this committee. And so I know you probably don't want 500 people all volunteering at once, but to the extent that the current committee can think about how we can bring in more talent, I guess, the more different perspectives, I think that would be good. I think the last committee, the last campaign, there were certainly things that were, I think could be improved, and I think that with more folks joining. So I would say yes, please go ahead to start planning for a parcel tax from my perspective, and think about how we can bring more folks onto the committee. In terms of information that I think would be helpful for further discussion, certainly the first one, Stacy, you mentioned, for me, the key one is the breakdown of this 24 million. What are the components? One is, like, just to reiterate, linking it back to the plan, but also a couple of meetings ago, I think we had a presentation that showed stability was at 17 million. And of course, that was without the staff pay increases and all that. So if you can reconcile the 24 million with that 17, and that would be very helpful. I think I like the way you've broken it down before in terms of what are the needs and what's the stability. And so that's a good model. I think the second one for me would be, again, the strategy. Oh, I'm sorry. So coming back to the 24, please include a timeline also, right? Because especially since we're talking about things as pay increases, that's going to be a different amount depending on what kind of time frame we're talking about. The second one would be the strategy for enrollment for some of these. I think for the low enrollment schools, because my preference would be to not close any schools. I just as a note to the public, so I have followed up with Jeff on some of the enrollment projections. And in particular, Cupertino alone is looking at over 6,000 units in RENA allocation in the next, up to from 2023 to 2031. And that's basically the sort of the requirement from the state for how many units we need to build. And I was asking how come that's not in the projection? And the answer is a fair one, which is that it's not in active planning. But the consultants did say this does lead credence that we should be seeing a growth over the next 10 years, residential growth. And so that's something that, and so the reason I'm bringing all this up is that I like to see a sort of a specific plan, right? So I think your zoning thing idea, I'm sorry, whatever you call it, but I think we should discuss that as part of this overall plan. I'd like to understand, you mentioned the sort of the cost retrofitting Nan Allen for clips. I'd just like to understand roughly what the amount is we're talking about there. And then And then let's see so back to the parcel tax. So, Kristen, when she spoke, had talked about the average, house, is around 1,900, 2,000 square foot, right? And if I'm looking at a sort of a trade-off, right? So let's say we pick 625. I just ran the numbers. Then the crossover point's about 2,500 square foot, which means if you own a house less than 2,500 square foot, you're going to pay less with a square footage. And if you're over that, then you'll pay less under a flat rate. So kind of I like to see, maybe this is for Jeff, the distribution of the units at a 500, 625, and 750 equivalent for the parcel tax. And then just lastly, the survey. I know we're engaging Hanover right now on this survey for returning to school. So I don't know when they would be free because I know we can only do one concurrent survey. But I'd like to see if we can get one out just to ask the community. I think several community members had asked about this. Is basically understanding what's the sentiment out there for both the amount and then the amount and then the type. Because I would just respectfully disagree with some of my colleagues. I think the amount of the parcel tax is not price inelastic. I think it does matter to folks, and maybe it's just the social circle I hang around versus we all have different social circles, and I think it does matter to people. And so we have a educated community here, and I just have a hard time believing that we have 77,000 voters. It's not a whole lot of voters, right? It's not like you're trying to win an entire state, and I just don't think, particularly in an election like this, where now we've gotten the community really engaged, that people are going to be persuaded to vote against their own interests just because they got a lot of flyers in the mail. And so whatever kind of info, so I like to get a survey so we can get some actual data, even if it's just a select community. And then whatever research we can do on the kind of opposition that has been put against past square foot parcel taxes. Because Linda makes a good point. We do need to understand the opposition. But I really like to understand a lot more about that, just because I've seen elections around here where the sort of the lowly funded grassroots have won out against the big money interest. So that's my list. And all right, so thanks. I'll pass the baton on to the next person. Thank you.
That's it?
That's it. That's it. Cece.
All right, Satish, what have you got?
Okay, so I think, okay, I think let's be serious on the parcel part. That's what my first request. I think I wanted, I see seriously we working towards that. That is next, if needed, next few meetings, let's focus heavily on parcel tax. I would like to see some steps, clearly defined steps, what we are going to take, including a lot of emphasis on the survey part of it, the content of the survey and the timing of the survey and the actions on the survey, kind of, right? So it's very important. The next very important thing, which I think I already told 2 times, but let's stick to some amount where it is more optimal, or there's in other way, if I say it, an amount which we can pass it. I know that I'm not taking a compromise there, but at the same time, we do not want to pay a big price for losing it, right? If you lose it, the impact is going to be very high, which is uncontrollable. It's for, I think, for state or the board or even the community, it's going to be very hard. So we have to make sure that with the, I know that with all efforts and everything we are going to do it to make it pass, but at the same time, we have to make sure that it's a convincing amount. Okay. So I know that there are a lot of challenges, or there are a lot of discussions on this, like, and some of my colleagues also want maybe that is like a big versus small versus medium or whatever it is, right? So everybody will have their own opinion. I respect that, but at the same time, my worry is that I don't want to take a risk. Okay, I know that we always say we should take some risk, but I think in this case, I'm really afraid to take a risk. I wanted an amount where it can, it can get full support. Okay, and we should be very confident to go with that. Then let's continue with the town hall. Actually, I think community is really engaged, and I think all board members, we have been actively participating in every town hall, and the focus of town hall probably can be shifted a little bit towards for parcel tax. Let's let's not worry more about the school closure or the after effect of it and things like that, right? Definitely we need to think like if it doesn't pass, what is the next thing, right? But the current assumption is we are going to make it pass. I think that's what I think. I know that today we have probably about 400 to 450 people attended this. Probably if we go to other, individual schools, like we can get more people, and the town hall should continue. And whatever frequency it is, I think the staff can decide that. But I would strongly encourage that, and the focus of that community, of that town hall would be, or I wanted on the parcel tax. I think all other things we can, my personal view again, I know a lot of stuff here we put it if it doesn't pass, or what should happen for a clip and other things. I think all those things, my views can be delayed or discussed later when the right time comes. I think next few meetings are very critical for us, and there, or next 1 month or 1.5 months is very critical for us to strategize the parcel tax. And I'm for it. Thank you.
Okay, Phyllis.
Thank you. I'm really excited about the number of public comments we had tonight in support of the parcel tax. It sounds like we're going to have lots of help as we move forward, which we desperately need. So I'm excited about that. Still in favor of the big ones, so I know not all of us are, but that's still where I am. Jerry, I want to thank you for your suggestion about adding to the team. I will take that back to our campaign committee and let them know about your suggestion. With regard to the survey, Dan showed us sort of a skeleton tonight in his presentation of what he's prepared to send out to the community. So I think at our next meeting, if we could all have a look at that and see, does that tell us what we want to know? Do we need more information on that? So kind of maybe use that as a springboard for moving forward with where we want to go with surveying the community. And then the last thing I wanted to mention, and one of the things we heard under public comment, one of the suggestions was to repurpose Nan Allen as a possible home for CLIP. And it's my understanding that if we do that, those funds have nothing to do with the general fund. We would use bond money to do whatever needed to be done to that campus in order to prepare it for CLIP. So am I right or wrong on that? Is Jeff still out there, or Stacy, do you know?
We could utilize bond money, and I think the emphasis with the Nan Allen that we would have some additional funds based on that 24 million to do some of the other enhancements on the campus. But we would use bond money, but it also would involve some matching money from the district.
Okay, got it. Thank
And
you.
we really would need to bring back additional information on that. That was really kind of as we began diving into it, we would want to spend a little bit more time on what does that really look like for Nan Allen.
Talking about that. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Thank you, Lori. That's it.
Okay. Sylvia?
Yeah, so definitely in agreement. I think it was great to hear the number of parents that are already saying that they'll volunteer, already saying that they'll go around and knock on doors. And I think that that's indicative of a lot of our community. So I think that's good news, and I think we're on a good start. I agree +1 with Satish's idea of shifting the town hall topics to parcel tax, because I think that there needs to be education about not just what the parcel tax will go towards, which I think is important in terms of the promises, in terms of what it will cover, but also, there's a lot of just uninformed voters, that don't necessarily know, oh, this takes 55% versus this takes 67%. This might have opposition versus this might not have opposition. And the more information and the more knowledge that we can provide, I think will help to the community to understand the situation, but also to help the community make the best decision or give us the best feedback. And so I think that's where I would want, as we ask our community for feedback, I would want it to be informed feedback, giving our community a chance to see what the different pros and cons are for each choice, and then getting that feedback from them. One of the speakers talked about being data driven, and so I think data is important, and we need to look at that data. And part of that data is looking at what the experts are saying, it's looking at what the consultants are saying, it's looking at what the other cities have done, the other school districts have done, and gathering that data. So I'm hoping that, I don't know if either between the staff or the committee, if we can look at some of that comparative data to see, you know, what we're up against with either option. So I guess that would be my ask. I think while I totally resonate with the equity issue of taxes, like, and I to steal Dan's phrase, the principle of it versus the pragmatism of it, right? I mean, we look at Prop 15 and I mean, the reality is right now, most people who own a home in this area pay more for taxes than Disneyland does because of when Disneyland bought their land, right? And that's just the reality. And so is it fair? No. But in the end, did the voters vote for it? No. So I guess that's where I'm having some concerns, or not I just want to be careful. Like what my colleagues have said, we need to make sure that it passes. And so that's the most important thing, is making sure it passes. And so let's make the decision based on data to see which one will actually pass. The other thing I wanted to address a bit, because there's been a lot of comments about alternative schools and what function they serve or what role they have in the district. And I think it's disheartening really to hear, again, with kind of the divisive language of closing this school over another school. I mean, one of the things that makes our district so good is the fact that we value parent choice. And we value the fact that parents want to have opportunities for choices, whether that's their neighborhood or another educational philosophy. And so as we look at options, I really want to stay with this whole kind of concept of let's not pit schools against each other. Let's find a solution that helps all of us, and let's stay together. Let's just be in it together, because we can't do it unless we're all in it together. And so I want to just focus on the solution that will help us as an entire district be together, and not keep trying to tear different schools down, because it's just not healthy for us.
Make sure I'm unmuted. Okay, thank you, Sylvia. All right, so I have a few thoughts too. I'm gonna try and address what Stacy asked, which was for next week. I think we heard like Sylvia, you know, I'm struggling here still with sort of some of the underlying current that's going on with our alternative schools, our neighborhood schools, and not, I understand why or where maybe the sentiment is coming from to try and put one against the other as some sort of value proposition. And I hear that, and I'm struggling mightily with it, because from an equity standpoint, we do ensure that we distribute or we should be ensuring that we are distributing our resources equitably across our district. And, you know, I think we did hear a couple different people tonight asking to know what that number was. So I guess if we have numbers available that get at, you know, what does it cost us to run our alternative schools versus our neighborhood schools, and at various sizes. I know we've shown that at sort of from the reverse perspective of what is our ideal cost, or what is our ideal range in that 3 to 6. But I do think that at some point, and I don't know where it is in this conversation we're having, but we are struggling right now as a district with sort of some of these major pillars that were on the table and got kind of combined into this whole conversation, right? We have an enrollment challenge in this district. We have a budget challenge in this district. We have a situation where we have not been using our policies or applying our existing policies equally between all of our schools. We have one school in this district that we treat differently under our policies. One school that we treat different under our policies, and that is our CLIP program. Our Cupertino Language Immersion Program is not getting its equitable share of resources right now. And I understand why it's been inserted into the conversation where it is, but I think we all have to ask ourselves if that's right, if we're okay with that as a community. And I respect that we might all be in different places on that, but I'm not okay with that, that we're treating one school program differently than all the rest. And so, you know, I understand why it came up when it did in this process, but I do think we have to separate it back out from this process, and I think we have to address it. And it's okay if not everybody agrees with me, but that's where I'm at. I do think that to the sort of comments and questions around the parcel tax still and the type, I've got a couple thoughts there. I mean, number one, I do think, to Jerry's point, I think he's absolutely right. Social circles matter a whole lot in this, in terms of who your echo chamber is and who you're hearing from. And I do think there is, like I've said before, certainly a part of this community for whom the square foot measure is the thing and is the thing that's being talked about the most. And I also think there's a large part of this community where it's not. And I do think that social circle idea is certainly part of that, but why does that matter, right? It's not that it matters because it's a religious war. It's not that it matters because it's, you know, one side's right and the other side's wrong. It matters because we have this crazy high supermajority bar we have to get over, this 66 2/3%. If we were talking about a simple majority of 50+1, the conversation would be entirely different. But I think part of the reason I made my comments that I did earlier about why I'm so scared about even offering a proposition of saying, okay, we'll take things off the table to give this parcel a try, is because giving this parcel a try is scary. It's really scary because the bar is so high and there isn't room for division, right? So I hear my colleagues who are asking for a survey, and I got to tell you, a survey scares me because what it tells me is we're probably going to get a 50-50 result, or something around that. We're going to get a lot of people who want one side and a lot of people that want the other. And then what do you do with that? Because let's say you do have 60-40 and one side comes out ahead. 60-40 does not get you over that 66 2/3% supermajority, right? Nor does 55-45 or any other split. The only thing that gets us to a parcel tax where the stakes are so high for our community and for our kids is the thing that has the best chance of passing. And I know that we're going to disagree about what that is, which is, I guess, where I'm struggling again about. Of course, I want to put a parcel tax on the ballot, and of course, I want it to pass. And I don't know how to make that happen when there is this schism right now, because like I said, even if we took the survey and it came out 50-50, 60-40, what information does that give us to get it over the finish line? It doesn't. The other thing that I want us to be really careful about, and so I guess this is my comments back to Connell and Dan in terms of if they are coming back to speak to us and with staff, with planning, is I hear the requests for understanding some of countering opposition from either side, right? Countering opposition. We heard some people tonight say, if it's not square foot, I'm not voting for it. And I'll tell everybody else not to vote for it. We heard some people, you know, who said there may be organized opposition out there, and that's, you know, scary, and that might convince people not to vote for it. I think the thing that worries me is bringing it into a forum like this is there's something to be said for campaign strategy. And I don't know that we want to give everything away either publicly in terms of where we would go to counter opposition, because I think, yes, we want to be fully transparent with the community. And I also think a 66 2/3% supermajority campaign where the bar is so high and the stakes are so high for us, I don't know if we want to really suss out what our strategy would be to counter opposition if we're going to have to counter opposition. So I just want us to be cautious there. And I just want our community to understand that that's not going to be a question of transparency. That's going to be a question of, can we deliver what we're trying to do here, which is getting this thing passed. I do think that somehow too, we still need more conversation, and maybe Stacy, this is something that we need to come back for more a review of, or going over in more detail, is what we are saying we can do here. Because I think we heard a lot of people here tonight who heard school closures coming off the table and going out for a parcel tax. And then also immediately they came back and said, but I won't support that parcel tax if there's a contingency plan. And I need the community to understand we have to have a contingency plan, right? If you're worried about your kids having an education, then you have to be worried about this parcel tax not passing and what's going to happen in our district. If you're worried about your home values, which we heard some of tonight, then you should be equally worried about your neighborhood school closing as you are about what's going to happen if this district goes insolvent, right? Both will have an impact on home values. Both will have an impact on our children's education. Both will have an impact on what happens to this district long term. And so I struggle a lot with the idea that now, as soon as we met what the community was asking for, which is take school closures off the table, now there's additional criterion coming out that is now you've got to meet this to pass the parcel tax, and now you got to meet that to pass the parcel tax. And it can't be that. Like, we can't go back and forth on that, right? What the community asked for was give us a number, which we did with the parcel tax, and tell us school closures are off the table for a year. Give us a year, which is what our staff recommended tonight. And you're asking our board to say yes to that. And I want to say yes to that. But what I can't say yes to is things continuing to come back and saying, now don't even plan for it. Don't even plan for it not passing. I can't do that, right? I have to get to the point where I can adopt a budget next June that is solvent. And I have to get to the point where I can continue to ensure that we can provide for the education for all our students. So I'm just trying to be as fully transparent as I can. Like, that part of it, like, I do feel somewhat like we have been as responsive as we can be by coming to the table and hearing from all 5 of us tonight saying, yes, we want to do what you're asking us to do, which is to take school closures off the table for the year, to pass the parcel tax. But we still have to plan, and we still have to have a contingency. So I think maybe that needs to come back, Stacy, to have a further conversation about that, because I think people need to understand that we can't change the consequences, because the consequences are going to happen to our district no matter what. And it is anyway, I've said enough there. Okay. I think I got all my requests for next week. Anybody else? Stacy.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, no, I wanted to, you made a lot of good points there, Lori. I just wanted to maybe clarify some of my requests. My request wasn't to have a discussion on campaign strategy. So I certainly understand, that. But I think for me, it was better understanding what the landscape is, what has happened in the past. So I'm really looking for maybe a research on public facts, just to better inform myself. So I guess that's one point. And the other point is I certainly, Lori, understand your point that what if it's 50-50? And that's really my fear too, is that I don't know where the community is right now, but I think I'd rather know, because it may come back 70-30, it may come back 50-50, but either way, because whether or not we ask in the survey doesn't impact how the community is. And I guess if we knew that, then we can better plan for it than not. So, but I understand, but I totally understand. Sometimes you just don't want to ask. With my kids, I see things and I just don't want to ask, and I understand that part of it. But I think in this case, I guess the engineer in me wants to see the numbers, but totally understand where you're coming from. And
the question back, because
Sure,
part of
of
what I'm
course.
struggling with is I think we have a channel to ask our parents, and I don't think we have a channel to ask our community. And that's where I'm struggling is if we survey, we're not surveying our community, we're surveying our parents. And
That's fair.
I
That's
think that's been part of what I've struggled with all along with this is our parents are our families are the lifeblood of our schools in this moment. The kids that are with us right now and the parents that come with them, in this moment, they are our schools, but they don't own the schools. The community owns the schools, right? The schools
absolutely.
belong to the community, and it will take the whole community to pass this parcel tax and support the schools. And our whole community benefits from the schools being here, whether or not your kids are in the school right now too. So that's my struggle there.
And you're absolutely right. I pulled up the numbers while we're some of these, right? There are 77,000 voters in the district. According to only about 12,000 have children, right? And by households, it's like 8,000 households out of 36,000 households. So certainly it's a minority, and you're absolutely right. So I guess my question then, Phyllis, earlier you mentioned that Dan and Connell were thinking about doing a survey of some sort. Was that to the community or just to the parents? Do you know if you're muted, Phyllis?
At this point, it was just to the parents. We don't have a mechanism for getting out to the community.
I see. Okay.
Unless we did it by mailer or we don't have email addresses for everybody in the community. So
right.
I think that's something either as a campaign committee or somebody, as a board, somebody needs to kind of figure out if we're going to try to survey the entire community, how are we going to do that?
And that, yeah, okay. And I think Lori does bring up a good point that a biased survey may be worse than having no survey. And I think Lori, and so Stacy, does Hanover have are their scope also restricted to who we have email addresses for?
We would have to take a look at that if that was even possible, because I think we would fall under that same constraints. We don't have access, but we can certainly do some exploration. We could also talk about it. I know we have a campaign meeting coming up and see if there's, I know Dan and Connell are very creative and see if they have some other thoughts as to how we could do a further outreach, but we can explore both. I don't know off the top of my head, Hanover has that capacity outside our own.
Right. Because I can imagine parents would benefit from the schools not closing. So I can understand there might be a bias towards a higher amount. But I'm trying to figure out, would there be a bias on the square foot versus parcel? Would the parent community be a fair proxy for the larger community? I don't know. I'll have to think about this more. But you do bring a very good point, Lori, that this could very well be biased if we can't access the entire community. So
another universe that I think we have access to, but I'm not sure that we can legally, I don't know if it's privileged information, but we have about 4,000 seniors who take the exemption. And I'm pretty sure we have contact information for them, but that may be something that we can't, maybe that's privileged information and we're not supposed to use that for anything like a survey. I don't know. That would be a question for somebody at a higher pay grade than mine.
So I think the survey that Dan is talking about isn't actually a survey of interest. It's a questionnaire of, will you support the parcel tax? And if so, are you willing to support it by actually donating to the campaign? And I think and Dan, if you're still on right now, you could, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding, if I understand his presentation, is that part of seeing whether or not we can pass it is seeing whether or not we get enough donations for the campaign. And that's kind of the measurement at which he's saying this is how we prove whether or not it will pass, is if we get that strong immediate level of donation. And in that way, it's kind of certainly we send it through the parent channel, but also in the same way that a lot of these, change.org internet petitions happen, it can also be shared on social media. It can be shared, and because people can can donate online, and they don't have to be parents to donate online. So I think that's
Right.
that's
So
how,
his,
that's how
his
I
survey,
understand it.
his
So
survey had 3 questions or 3 things to check off. I'll vote, I'll volunteer, I'll donate money. And I think the notion from the campaign committee was that that would go out to parents because that's who we have access to, and the people who subscribe to our communications by signing up if they're not parents in our district. I don't know how many of those there are, but anyway, then so that accounts for however many votes it accounts for, and then the other 6,000 or 8,000 or however many votes Dan and Connell told us we needed in addition. We had then have to figure out how we can go out and recruit the support of those people, and we don't know how we're going to do that.
So
I would probably throw out that I think that based on we know our direction more with where we are going with the parcel taxes, we could bring that back to the committee, the campaign committee, and have a more in-depth discussion based on the feedback here tonight from the board.
Right.
So I have a question then. What does it mean, prove it can win? My understanding was before going for, or you go for this parcel only if you're confident that it will win, right? That's what he was trying, I think, when I'm going through the slides.
Right.
Okay, so that confidence is not based on the volunteers alone, right? Or the contribution. I thought that it is based on the pure, the willingness to vote for it, yes or not, right? That's what it is, right? So was he also targeting only the families in the district or the community?
I believe just to Phyllis's point, just the families and those that we would have some kind of a way of contacting them with.
Yeah, so he has put in the slide 7, actually, if you take it like, the number of families and eligible voters and two per family and all those things he added. And he has put an approximate numbers like, 22K adults or something, right? Like, I think if the whole family votes, that's what he's implying that it could win.
Not with just parents. We can't win it with just parents. We don't have enough.
Yeah, then I think define a winning. This 7, the slide, probably there are a lot of numbers here, but it's all only on the family numbers. So the 77,000 is nowhere coming, Jerry, anyway. So it's all about 22,000 we are talking here.
Well, 77,000 is how many registered. I mean,
No, I know. I'm saying Dan's slides are only talking probably 22,000 people, right?
It is, I mean, so, but Satish, all registered voters who are active on the rolls will get a ballot. It's just the reason you go out on a special election is not about it's not a high voter turnout election. It's one where you're hoping that, I don't know. I mean, hopefully we only have 190 people left on the call. You're hoping that most people forget about it. You're hoping that anybody who would vote no forgets that it's on their kitchen counter, and that the people who actually pick the thing up and turn it in are your go for it people, right? So, I mean, it is both. I guess is to the point. Yes, it's to your point. We're trying for a smaller number than that 77,000, but to Jerry's point, everybody who's active gets a ballot to their house now because of Voters' Choice Act. So it's both.
Well, and again, I think it's hard to speculate. I think giving utilizing some of our expertise on our campaign committee, Connell has a lot of experience in taking this back and saying, is there a possibility? What are your thoughts? And then I think really valuing what he's able to bring back and suggest to us as to this survey or gathering information. I know that they have spent a lot of time on it, and there are some challenges to trust the information on a poll or a survey. I know the campaign committee has really leaned against that, but knowing that it seems to be a big interest of the board, is there some way to gather some kind of indication? We could work on that and have something to bring back at next week's meeting.
Yeah. So I think I remember like before Measure O, right? We did that, like, 2 things we did, right? Like one is that what is that most important thing needed and all those stuff, plus what could be the right amount we asked, like, and I don't know who all we surveyed actually. The survey went to, is it only for the Cupertino school? I mean, the parents or somewhere else? Because we had we have gone through a lot of data actually, if you remember, just before that, right? And that's what made us got us a confidence also we should go for it. Laurie, you're telling something?
You were asking about the paid polling, the EMC polling?
Yeah, we did kind of some, yeah, we had some level of confidence when we decided the, whether whatever the outcome that you leave it, like 60% or 67, we got it, that's a different thing. But we were pretty confident that, like, I think the survey talked a little bit about 66% of, we are very close to 66%, something like that, right?
So, yeah, and that's where we got burned, right? We paid for polling, and polling is very expensive, and the margin of the error on the polling was bigger than what we lost by. So,
And also that poll only sampled like 400 people or something.
And it was really expensive.
And it cost a fortune, yeah. So, yeah, so I think polling, I think we need to think of another way. I think polling is not.
Because we are going here, it is even, and I don't want to say that Measure O was not like that, but even that was critical. But this is more critical than that, my view, right? So this is like kind of a major implication if it doesn't pass, right? So, so we have to. I'm not telling to invest a lot on the money perspective, but I think we have to find some creative way to find out, some early indication of it that would really help us out. Because it's so one is whether it will pass or not, that's number one, and what the approach also, right? Otherwise we are taking a big risk here.
Well, I think Stacy has the right idea. I think if she comes back next week, or Lori or I do, with some suggestions from the campaign committee, then the rest of the board, then we as a board, we can talk about, does it make sense? Does it not make sense? What do we want to do?
And I would request that you consider both free and paid options, just so we have a nice menu to consider.
Oh, yeah.
So
Okay.
please don't rule out paid options. Yeah.
Yeah, and Connell will have a lot of resources for us for that. So good.
Anybody else? Anything else on this one? Stacy, did you get what you need for next week?
I do. Thank you.
Okay, and
more. Sorry.
I guess we'll talk board advance when we get to the timing, when we get to the agenda planning. Yeah. Okay. Where's my board docs now? Sorry, guys. Okay. So anything else before I move us on from 5.2? All right, moving us on to 6, board and superintendent activities and committee reports. Anybody want to start?
I don't have anything special to report. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't either.
Yeah, I think all of us were part of town halls. I think that's one thing. I think everybody. So, thanks. Yeah.
Sylvia, anything?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah. And I don't even have a Santa Clara County School Boards Association update for you because I missed it because of town halls. So there you go. And we do have board office hours coming up. Oh gosh, is it the 12th? No, I don't want to give the wrong date. Hold on.
I'm on it, but I don't have my calendar in front of me.
It is the 12th, and it's Phyllis and I, and I have 9:30 to 10:30. Does that sound right?
Correct.
Sounds right. I don't have my calendar in front of me, but I know it's in my
board office hours coming up. Okay, and then Stacy, do you have anything for superintendent update or?
I don't. I have enjoyed doing the town halls, and it's great to hear the feedback from the community, and we'll continue to provide those as often and as frequently as we can.
Okay.
And Stacy, you'll continue to send us emails and stuff as you schedule those, because I know there've been a lot of requests.
Yes, I will definitely include all of you.
Great, thank you.
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention the day before our next board meeting on Wednesday, November 18th, there is a 2x2 CUSD with the city of Cupertino. So I should just mention that. Not sure we have an agenda posted yet, but that's the day before our next board meeting. So thanks.
Okay. All right, and then anything else for 6 before I move us on to 7? Okay, moving us on to agenda setting. So just a reminder that next week's meeting, right? That is next week. Yes, on the 19th is the board advance study session. So an all-day meeting. And I think, Stacy, are we going to adjust the start time on that?
That would be my recommendation of go ahead and starting at 9 a.m. and we could hold our day till go to 4 if we don't have to go all the way till 4, we can certainly adjust, but I would ask that everybody hold 9 to 4.
Okay,
I appreciate that. I was the one with a conflict from 8 to 9, so I appreciate everybody's indulgence in adjusting start time. Thank you.
okay. And then I think, anybody have anything they need to throw out for agenda setting?
Not me.
Hearing none. Okay. So with that, thank you to all of our community, 154 of you who are still online at this late hour at night, who have stuck with us through this meeting. You know, a pretty monumental one given what's happened in the last several months, and you know, for being a part of the discussion and for letting us get to the point where we could work through the process so that we could have a discussion. And thank you to staff for all of the work that went into getting us to today, and to my colleagues for having the hard conversations. I think many months ago when we started this, I reflect back on, these are hard things, and we do hard things because they're for kids. So my appreciation to all of you for participating in these hard things. Very hard conversations with the community. All right. So with that, I think, unless anybody else has anything else for us, I will call the meeting to a close.
Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Meeting adjourned. And good night to everybody.
Good night, all.
Night,
Good night, everyone.